Hello. Hello. Yep. Yep. Yepers. Let me check. Chapa. Badaha. Loaded. Gorpers. See, I'm not the only one who read it as I can't dead. It's a funny thumbnail, isn't it? But yeah, yes, it cut off some of the bottom half. So it doesn't say, it doesn't quite look like an R. Think of it 5 months, Unix? 5 Joels? So let me just, wait, let me just, I mean, I think Twitch probably has seen it. In theory. Where do I have it? Wait. I do like this. I came up with this stupid idea, so I was like, I'm gonna do this. I think it's a successful thumbnail. It does cut off at the end. Like, it doesn't, you can't see the whole text. But I mean, it's quite obvious what it says. I can't eat. Well, because it would almost be like, you know, it would be like too obvious, right? If you could actually see the whole thing. Yeah, the other option is having it upside down. But so, because my idea was, I would have taken some book, but I didn't have any good book to like grab a book instead and put the book upside down, you know? That was my other option, but I didn't have a good one. So instead I took my like notepad or whatever and then wrote I can't read on it. So I went with that instead. If at some point maybe I'll have a book, I can use that. Once I get the Arknights lore book, I can use that one. I can then I can take the Arknights lore book and flip it upside down. What does it say on the notepad? I can't read. There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who can complete incomplete information through deduction. Into the game. Anyway, we'll just go through these quick and then we go focus on reading. Today is a reading stream. We'll see how much ASMR it is, because I have a very painful mouth ulcer right now, right here. Like on the inside, sort of right in a spot where it's like, because it's like in between, you know, where like the teeth bite again, like they bite together. So sometimes even speaking can kind of hurt if I hit it in like a bad spot. At Arkham. So we'll see how painful this gets. Like drinking any liquid, I'm just like, ow. It's very fun. I sure wish when you do this, it would just like also prompt you to make the seeds you're missing. Like, why can't you not prompt me to extract the missing seeds? There should just be a 1 button, extract the seeds that I need button. But yeah, so I have a mouth ulcer again. I've genuinely had more mouth ulcers in the last 6 months than I've had, I think, in the last decade. Actually, until like I got my first mouth ulcer like I don't know, sometime last year. I genuinely couldn't remember the last time I had a mouth ulcer. I was probably genuinely like, I don't know, middle school or something. And yeah, how many clue 7s do I have, huh? Actually, what is it? Local. No, that's local. Oh, what does actually show me like the... Is it in library? Or is it... It's not in Sanity. Oh, it's library. Isn't there somewhere where it actually shows you the count so I don't have to count them? By the way, quite literally... Well, okay, this one I can still just barely do. I deadass have too many... Jesus Christ. I have so many clue 7s. I quite literally cannot use them fast enough. They are expiring because I cannot use them fast enough. I've already had some of them expire. Yesterday, I used a clue 7 50 minutes before it was gonna expire. And then after that, I had another clue that was gonna expire in less than 24 hours, so it expired. See, this one can actually still make it, because this is back in an hour and a half, and this expires in 6 hours, so it can actually make it, right? But like, stop. This one has 1 day on it. I don't know how long that's actually gonna be. Maybe that might also just end up expiring. Actually, there's a bunch of them which are just 1 day. All of these might end up expiring. You're wasting clues. I can't use them fast enough. Just straight up. I can't use this many clues, man. Isn't there somewhere where you can see, like, the actual count of the clues you have? It's not in here. It's not in here. Because this doesn't show you, like, the actual number of them or whatever. Oh my Jesus Christ. Can you trash them? You got sent by friends for 5 credits. Was that a thing you could do? I think you can only trash your own clues. I think. Like, I don't think I can do anything. I think this just changes the one that's in there. Like, I can't. I think it's only like maybe your own clues that you can recycle or whatever. And I have too many of them. Shall we count again? How many do I have? I swear to God, there was some page which actually showed you how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I have almost a month worth of clue 7s. They expire in 9 days. I quite literally cannot use this many clue 7s. I can't trade any faster. These expire in 9 days. I have 25 days of clues, man. Stop. It's ridiculous. Also, I cleared out my emails. And what's this update? Oh, right. It's just a login event that starts tomorrow or later today. One of them. Hiya. Creating another account. Oh my God. Stop sending me clues. I'm sure there's someone else who needs those clues, right? You should provide clues to those in need so that they can get their whatever going. Like, it's so fucked up. It literally takes you, it is extra effort, okay? It is extra effort for you to specifically find me from the friend list to send the clues, because I already have the clues, so it doesn't highlight me as needing clue 7s, so you have to specifically search for me to send me more 7s. You're doing extra work for that, instead of just sending it to the whoever's first in the list. It's not worth even the 5 seconds. You're dooming other people. Shaking my head. Oh, again, there's a couple expiring. Like even, look, even a load spring is expiring now. Truly only power plateaus get done. EOS or something? Hey there, guy. Clue main. Oh, apparently I am. I'm apparently actually fucking maining clues. Mainlining them into my veins, man. 1 billion fucking clues. Shaking my head. I should actually make slightly more batteries, I think, like LC batteries. I could make some extras of them. Though I can still always empty everything, but... I mean, yeah, I still always empty everything, so it doesn't really matter. It would just be nice to be able to, because if I don't sometimes use like some of these or something on the trade, I think then I like end up running out of like buck capsules or something. But are there any stonks? My stonks yesterday were dog. They were terrible. They were ass. Absolutely useless. This is kind of lowish. Could be better though. Surely I just wait until tomorrow and then I'm Gucci. Thank you, okay? Actually, these I bought cheap, but is there any good prices? There wasn't any good prices yesterday. Nope. Fucking really low prices. What the hell is this, man? There's no money. Where's my money?
Endfield won't.
That's the wrong way.
Progressing.
Haven't sold stocks in a week? The hell? That's impressive. Need my hit. Luckily at this point it is like, you don't have to like, or if like, if you don't get a stonks hit every day, it's like fine. You can actually just stockpile them. Early on, you just always want to sell them like right away. Anyway, I think I probably buy this because I'm worried that tomorrow I won't have anything to buy, so I'll buy these. And actually, I could just go sell them. I'm not going to get much of a higher price. Wooling prices are cooked. Wait a minute.
Where should we go next?
Maybe I should save a bunch of stonks. Maybe I should be saving like the actual materials as well to then maybe sell them on 1.1 patch where maybe we'll get higher stonk numbers? Interesting idea. Better than getting 11 clues you actually need from drugs and feeling real bad you can't repay the favor. I have no such qualms. I simply send clues to whoever happens to need them. Speaking as he sells, oh, well, yes, true. But that's because I had already gone to visit them. So I was like, well, whatever, I might as well. I have time. There's still a bit over a week until update hits. So we're safe, mostly. And yes, you will want to indeed just stockpile your prosperity or whatever for when update hits, at least probably. But obviously, there's no point in doing that a week before because the prosperity fills up in like 3 days. So I think it takes 3 days to fill up. So just wait until like, I don't know, 2 days before, because maybe you can't do it right away on day 1. Because I'm wondering, well, the main thing is I'm wondering if, you know, you might have to, for example, progress the main story, do the main story for the patch before it unlocks like next set of prosperity and stuff. Missing robots, where? Hub. Oh, hub. Okay. I'll just I was gonna say I'll just do the other things, but I just realized that I can't do gifts anymore. All of my operators are 200 trust. So I'd have to do some other things? I mean, I can assemble gear still. Defeat enemies is one. I can just use Sanity. Sanity and enemies should count. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let me just make like whatever bit. I can just make that for. Actually, never mind. That wasn't a good one. Arts intensity. That was a better one, probably. I was gonna make this one for ultimate game. Whatever. We have one. Okay, sanity discount. Indeed, yeps, it's true. Sanity discount. And then I guess I'll just go actually use some whatever. We'll just use some stamina right away. What do I want? Oh, I think I want some of these. I want these things. Did they say new outpost levels next patch or next? Yeah, we're not. There's no new outpost next patch, but yeah, I'm mainly wondering, do we get more outpost level health? Like, will we get the prosperity level upgrades? We don't actually know. But like, it doesn't hurt to save in case that is the case. So. And I don't want to level up my operators and stuff because I want to keep them at even levels. So I don't want to just like give someone randomly one level. Same for weapons. So I'm getting kind of you've interrupted my. Never mind, you haven't interrupted my shenanigans.
Your end awaits.
Oh, they disappeared.
Easy victory.
Random trash 4 stars? No, because it's... Well, like, yeah, you can. Okay, but I actually can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. Let me show you. Let me show you. I can't actually do that anymore. It's fine. If you use... I use stamina every day anyway. I use at least 120 stamina a day every day anyway. But I can't actually do that anymore. I can't level up a trash 4 star. I used up all my extra 4 stars to level up the one copy of Max Dupe 4 stars to 20. I used all of them. I used all of them. Actually, I did also level up some weapons to like 70. I level up this to like 70 and stuff. With all the additional 4 stars that I had. So they're gone. How much time did that take? It actually didn't take that long, but it did take a bit. I mean, it took like, it's just a lot of clicking, but I don't know, it took maybe 5-10 minutes to click through all of them. If I remember correctly, you get level 3 in next patch, and in the future patch section, they showed level 4, okay. Because I feel like we would get at least one more level of outpost, like outpost. 4 is max. So like it would make sense to maybe get level 3 now on next update. And then when we get the next outpost, it'll either be, it could just max out to 4. And then if we get a 3rd outpost still, that can just go to, you know, 4 right away, right? Gear that in 1.1 is already in the beta? No. The gear that they showed in the stream or the trailer and stuff, no, they were not in beta. They're new stuff. I pretty much nothing that was shown for patch 1.1 was in the 2nd beta. A couple of the enemies were in beta 1. But nothing otherwise. I'll say, okay, it does count as defeating enemies, except there's only fucking 4 enemies in there. Anyway, you take me back. I was just supposed to show that. That's the wrong thing. Actually, I do need some of those as well, but I need these things more, so. Might as well. It's time to pull more. How long the BP guns were in beta? Were they? Oh, I fucked up the timing. Were they in beta? I don't remember them in beta 2. Maybe they were. I just didn't interact with them. Man, it's Almost for this farming, I'm almost like I'm tempted to like literally just make Li Feng like an ult bot. Okay, he's dead. Because his ult can do so much if you just get to start with it right away. It's crazy. Yeah, the design for the home longing weps is like a previous design, but I can't remember actually like it being sort of in the beta. But maybe I'm just fucking stupid, which is, I mean, more than likely. So.
Once known, be dead.
So it's supposed to lower game volume a little bit. I feel like it's very loud. Level your units to 90 to do the fight in 8 seconds. Okay, but then I'd be bricking my account. Shaking my head. For what? Efficiency? Shaking my head. Ow.
Is that it?
It's still very funny that you can't use any like any sanity tickets if you have these left. Whose idea was that? It's crazy. Yeah, we are getting a quality of life where you start with full. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, all right. Yes, we're getting a. You just start with full ults once patch 1.1 comes around anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. Zeke also said that on YouTube as well. No. Yeah, we are getting that quality of life. Yes. Yes, that is coming. Yes. Because I didn't defeat 20 enemies. Oh my god. Shaking my head. Acquire 5 I like how this doesn't 5 gatherables, for example, doesn't count gathering from your base or whatever, like your planting room. I guess I could do crafting. Sure. Craft me something. Why not? The fucking mushroom. They really do put the mushrooms from the planting room into your fucking backpack instead of like anywhere that it would make sense. Or like, you know, directly into wherever. It does count eco farm? It don't. I would have otherwise gotten acquire 5 gatherables. I gathered 9 mushrooms from eco farm. But it was not unlocked. It doesn't. Also, I accidentally claimed half of these boxes. Whoops. Oh, eco farm. Oh, fuck. Eco farm it does, doesn't it? Yeah, whoopsie. I'm dumb. Never mind. Actually, it does count that, doesn't it? And I should have actually gone to my farm and gotten it, frankly. Ooh. Minus 99. Actually, I do want some of these. But I also need to be refreshing. Okay, well now I have to kind of wait for my whatever to come back in like an hour and a half. Progression mats are not gatherables? Shh. They should be. You gather them in the world and from Dijon, okay? They should be gatherables. You gather them. Okay? It just doesn't refill if you reset the map. Or like try again. I imagine it's at the very least I would imagine it's supposed to refill ults, even just on the try again. Yep, note me. You can quote me on that. Gatherables should count. Things you gather should count as gatherables. Hot take, I know. Crazy idea. Maybe it is to encourage eco farm. If I say anything weird today, it's because of the mouth sore, okay? I have such a good excuse today for when I can't speak. Normally I don't. Normally I don't have an excuse for saying things wrong. Gather. Yeah, they're also speeding this up, which is nice. Because, I mean, it's just like... It's quite literally an artificial, like... loading bar. It is crazy that the fertilization truly was, like, damn near useless. And they're buffing it. Is the ulcer responsible if you say something controversial too? Yes, because I'm like in pain or something, right? What do you get from planting? Some of the like material, some of the plants used for some consumables and stuff can't be mass produced. Like they can only be gathered either out in the world or farmed like this. I'm more so doing this actually to fill out the crafting manual, however. I'm actually doing this more to fill out the crafting manual. So. Which I'm still waiting on. Like, yeah, what is my progress on those? Wrong place. Still need... Oh, okay, well, I should have Fire Buckle like tomorrow. Same for Umberline at tomorrow. Or actually, not even tomorrow, later today. Tart pepper still need a... Or reed rice still need a fair amount. Tart pepper still need a fair amount. Like, you gotta get to 150. Scorch bug... Oh, I still need more scorch bugs, actually. I didn't realize. I thought 50 was the last one. No, scorch bugs is also 100. I need to gather more scorch bugs. I didn't realize. This is killing enemies, killing enemies, killing enemies, killing... Yeah, killing enemies. Enemies. Well, actually, this isn't enemies. It's like wildlife. Indigenous pincer beast. Pincer? It's slug meat. Why does it stop from a pincer beast? Shouldn't it drop from the slugs? Enemy, because all the other ones are enemy stuff. Man, I have like no fall. I really have 2 of these from the false wings. Also drop some slugs. Okay, makes sense. And just to drop some. It drops from the things you would expect them to drop from. Yeah, I have a lot. I just have a lot of. I haven't like I don't run around the map killing every enemy loads. So for all these enemy ones, I'm missing a bunch. I'll get them eventually. Also, I actually put in an easy stash. Crazy, I know. Actually using an easy stash. Me, of all people. Oh, and I can actually... Let me resupply my Yazen as well. Thank you. Oh, here, yeah. Because, yeah, this thing... Well, actually, if we first empty it. Yeah, this thing takes 3 days to fill up. So, I don't know, 2 days or something before the patch. Maybe you want to, like, let this stock up instead. Why stash left side when normally it's right side? What do you mean left side? Or this side? Why would it normally be right side? Huh? Is there a normal? Is there a normal side? It's just here. I mean, that's like... Actually, this is like the closer side. Like, this is the away side. And this is the closer side to stuff. And it's here because then it's also powered by this pylon. It's not symmetrical. I'll make a second one. Fuck. But that's redundant. I mean, the interface? Oh, the interface. Yeah, true. Also, there's no, like, quick stash option either. Actually, never mind. There is. No, that's stash the facility. There's also, yeah, you also don't have quick stash button. And it's, like, the opposite way for some reason. It's a bit funky, but... It is for some reason. For whatever reason, it is as it is. Anything else to do? I don't think so. There wasn't like a thingy today, right? No, there's no environment monitoring today. And I already checked here. I did this already. I do want to buy these. I don't really need gifts, at least. Well, actually, I will need gifts, obviously, eventually. You probably want, like... Actually, maybe these would go to Tung Tung. I don't think Tung Tung would be into tea. I think Tung Tung's more into dumbbells. And then engraving permits. I guess the only thing that really would be refreshing deliveries. In theory, for more credits. Which, however, could in theory just wait. Because we're still waiting on the Dijon stuff to return as well. Or for my actual clue exchange to return. It's 75 to max trust, yeah, I think if you're using like if you do only the max like efficiency trust, I think it's 75, yeah. Something like that. But then obviously if you only have one person you're gifting to, in theory you can just spam them with like way more. Oh, what the hell? She has a bunch of dialogue options. And yeah, they're not seemingly are not separating the deliveries either, which maybe it's intentional because then people truly would fully ignore Valley 4. But also like, this is kind of gonna happen naturally anyway. Like, but right now, at least sometimes, you know, someone will be like, oh, I can't be bothered to refresh for Woolings. Fine, I'll do a Valley 4. That's me. That's me. That's me. Now, in theory, there could also be a thing of like, should I try and find the last 12 that I'm missing? But I feel like that would take a surprising long amount of time. I would rather just get to reading like character files and stuff. Still won't see Wooling packages because everyone would snipe them. Yeah, but you could refresh them easier. You wouldn't have to like try and spot them in the pile of Valley 4s. I did not buy the Sunshade Pillar yet. No, I need my stonks for actual useful things. Me clicking 60k Wooling order because it's blue. I mean, fair enough. Better than nothing. I'm still saying one is in power plant at the mini boss location. If you have that respect, let's go check it just because I want the respect. The fist guy, right? I want the respect. I do at least one per day from Lowell End because I'm nice like that. He's such a benefit to the community. Because I do, well, I mainly wonder, am I missing more in Valley or am I missing more in Wooling? I feel like they're easier to miss in Wooling, but that's just a door. Or is it in here, Drugza? This is the mini boss arena, right? One of the punchy guy. Braun James screaming if you love Endfield. Oh, really? Alright, well, I guess there's actual, like, a little bit of a thing there. Damn. I don't see no file. I don't see no file. If that's where it's supposed to be. Hidden behind a thingy pipe, going there myself. I'm gonna sit down here. Oh, but that's the thing though. If I already picked it up, well then, you know. Oh my god, I got stuck on pipe. Here's a pipe. Because there is one indeed in... There's one really hidden one in Valley Pass, which is like... It's just in a real small little crack between some tires or whatever. Like that shine there almost looked like a little file notification, but... And then they just have like these little red things. I only missed one. No, I think I'm missing like 12 possible files. A couple audio recordings, and then it should just be findings. Where I could... Oh! Wait, is that? No. It's a fucking... It's a shiny circle, so I was like, oh, is it a file? It's not. It's a tarp. Shiny circles. Actually fucking baited me. Shiny circle. It's like the little tarp connector or whatever. Not at the mini boss, but at the northeastern red pylon from the Crushers. Northeastern red pylon. Here? Mr. Kimber's Halo profile. Do you know the name of the file drugs yet? Well, the main thing is we're checking if I have it or not. Appetite Bone Crusher work, I'm basically under it. Okay, yeah, like here. Okay. Oh, this big pylon thingy, the thing that you blow up. This thing? This thing. Where in here, drugs are? Left before you enter the tunnel. Oh. Tunnel? Tunnel here. Really is? What a bastard! Guarantee from a builder. Construction pro is definitely okay, but I can't give any promises about the noise. The thing you excavated from the quarry, is it really that valuable? No respect for me. I had missed it. Yeah, that's another one which is like really? It's fucking behind here? That's somehow like... Because it's also like slightly out in the open as well, and not like a true sort of like little corner. Okay, well that's one more. Now I'm missing 11. Okay, we have the... We now have the decision to make of, do we chase down all the files that I'm missing, or do we actually just go, like, read them? You know? And yeah, they do keep mentioning the stone from Quarry. They truly do. No way. I mean, might as well go do it. So happy to see it. I think it's more, I don't think is it a good stream thing for me to just fucking run around like looking at a list of files in a map, looking which ones am I missing? When we have like 20 something character files to read through. I think 300 should be like the max. If you look at like your profile or like a friend's profile, it shows you like the number of archive files that they have. And if that number is 300, then I think you have like all of them for like patch 1.0 for the launch patch. Oop. I've gone the wrong way. Fuck, I accidentally pressed E. No, take me back. Need to tag him? Zoom. So angry. Thank God you can still jump on this one. These aren't super fragiles. I'm allowed to jump. I think they can evolve the zipline. Well, I feel like for sure we're gonna get like an even longer distance zipline at some point, I feel. Though like 120 meters, depending on your device, starts also getting at the edge of like render distance. So. Oh my goodness, another one. Like right away. One refresh. Holy. Why is this here? Get the fuck out of here. There's not even any, because they removed the enemies who walk from this bridge to over here. Which is nice, because you always have to just like awkwardly dodge them when you're just trying to go do a delivery. Holy skill, it's true. Refreshing skill. They did say that they were indeed doing some optimizations on enemy placement, which included some which were like right next to TPs and stuff. And that one was the main one that I ran into, was the Wuling delivery group. There was always just a group of 3 guys right in front of you when you're trying to go grab your delivery. Which, does it just open the map and you can click on destination if you have routes set up? I do hope that they get some optimizations into like zipline routes and stuff, especially since they're adding the mini mapping. When the next patch comes, we will get map functionality on ziplines. Right now we don't have a mini map, and you can't even open the map. But they're adding that to ziplines on the patch, so like it could be taken further to indeed be able to set up zipline routes, and you could just click. Like, you could set a zipline. You'd probably still have to, like, set the zipline. But then you could just, like, oh, I want to go to this endpoint. Like, you can set endpoints and the route to that endpoint, and then you could just, you know, zoom. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Let me go back. Oh, yeah, in Edge Space there is some extra long ziplines. Yeah, true. There is indeed extra long ziplines in Edge Space, since they're not placed by you.
Is there something I missed?
Or yeah, maybe it's like a 3rd tier of zipline that will give us the more advanced route planning. Often ways to use energy discount? No, well, no, you just do it on the highest difficulty because that's the highest efficiency. It's that simple. Like, the discount is the same everywhere. You're always saving like the same amount essentially. Since it is just coded as just a -40 stamina to anything you do. And then otherwise, because otherwise the efficiencies are just, you know, per stamina. So. Okay, now we're not getting any, huh? Surely we hit one. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I feel like it would have been nicer as like a double drop thing or something like that instead of the -40 discount. Maybe they'll change it for the future, but it's also implemented a bit weird. No way. It's also implemented a bit strange. Like the fact that you can't use 2 discounts if you like, you can't use sanity tickets if you have discounts is a little silly. You can't use like 2 discounts at once or whatever. They need to change how it functions a little. It's a little awkward right now. Or if it was double rewards, you just spam boss stages. Well, because they can limit it to not be on boss stage. They can make the double discount only be on 80 stamina stages. It's simple enough. That's how most of the other ones do it, is that it's double rewards on specific stages. In this case, we have it everywhere because of the way that it works, which, sure, but... Also, a -40% discount, or -40 stamina discount is also, like, less value than double drops, or whatever. And it also, more than that, it's the fact that it makes you do extra runs per day. It forces you to do more runs manually in a game where you do have to do the runs manually. You can't just sweep them. It makes you do the runs manually. I've accidentally gone to the next one. Yeah, it makes your dailies last longer, which is like, it should not be what they're for. Yes, they're supposed to encourage you to log into the game to get, like, you know, more stamina efficiency, but it shouldn't then also make the shit take longer. So I feel like they could very much use some adjustment. I'll actually just use this. Well, damn, nothing. That's fucked up. Like, yeah, they could really use some adjustment. I don't think the way that they've done the, like, sanity bonus event is really the best. There are better ways about it, and also the fact that it prevents you from using some of your quality of life things is a little silly. Like, it specifically makes your dailies take longer because you have to do more runs, and you also can't use your sanity tickets on it, which makes stuff go faster. It's quite silly, I must say. I don't think they didn't think through all of the implications of the way that they decided to implement the sanity bonus event. And I have a feeling they'd probably get a bunch of... I think they've probably gotten quite a few feedback on it. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I do believe that is the same in Genshin. You can't use condensed resins, but condensed resin is like a little bit different. Condensed resin is like a bit different than like the sanity tickets. It's like, you know, because like a storage stamina thing. I mean, it kind of has a similar function in it, kind of, but I think Wuwa does the sanity events differently. Wuwa does like double drops. It gives you double drops for free rounds or whatever per day. And actually, I think you can use like, I think it does you because you can do like double. You can use 2 times the stamina in Wuwa to get rewards, and I think it actually accounts for that as well. Well, sanity overflow, we kind of have a natural form of sanity overflow called it takes like 40 hours for sanity to be full. That's, you know, kind of like a sanity overflow in that sense. And yeah, the sanity saving is like a different thing than sanity overflow. But we do also indeed have like the fact that it takes you like 40 something hours to max out stamina anyway. Can use 2x stamina when it's 2x rewards. I think because, well, one guy, someone else told me that you could use like do double even when it's double rewards or whatever. It just uses 2 of them. Or you can, never mind. Yeah, Endfield does have the sanity saver thing, but yeah, it's just locked behind paid battle pass, which is like, okay, yeah, sure. Would be nice if they would available from elsewhere as well, but yeah, right now it's literally only from paid. So I guess it's like one of those minor like premium things, like, okay, as a small bonus for paying them money, you get to sometimes store stamina. It's not like the most egregious thing. And more so the important thing is indeed how quickly does your stamina cap. Like that matters more, is just how quickly your stamina caps. Because in Arknights, fucking Christ, your stamina caps in under a day, in under 24 hours. So if you don't want to be capping on stamina, you have to be logging in at least twice a day. In Endfield, you can log in once a day very easily, and you don't even have to use stamina every day if you don't want to. Should say 24 hours for 320 sanity. Well, then we would just they've calculated how much sanity you want to give. They want to give you. If sanity recharged faster, you would either get less rewards per run, or they'd cost even more. Like, and indeed, yes, you'd have to actually log in like more consistently if you capped out faster. Because right now, indeed, what is the max amount? Okay, I have 60 stamina and it's like 35 hours. It's like 42 hours, I think, or something like that. It's almost 2 days. I already log on for dailies. I mean, yes, but it's more so like, yeah, most days you'll log on and just use your stamina as you do. But maybe you have a one day that's really busy and you don't want to do the stamina right at that moment. You just want to quickly do the dailies and log off like in 1 minute, and you don't want to do stamina at all. You can, because you can wait until tomorrow. Which is kind of nice. And also, yeah, like at some point stamina will just be less valuable, because there's kind of a clear point where you're just like, you can kind of oddly quickly get to the point in Endfield where it's like, I kind of like have everything stockpiled. I have every character leveled to the point that I want them leveled. And now I'm just like stockpiling for future characters. You can get to that point oddly quickly, like within a couple months. Which is like, And then obviously you have some sanity. You have the essence sanity dump. That's like the main thing is essence sanity dump. Which in theory you can do AFK with towers if you want to. And level 2 charging bulldozer was horrible and evil. That map truly is either you love it or you hate it. Which does seem to be somewhat dependent on like what team you're using. And yeah, you get 200 from natural regen every day, and then you get 40 from the daily stamina potion you get. And yeah, mushrooms and stuff. Like, value for mushrooms or whatever, and all the other things, truly are something you barely have to gather anymore, right? Because they're not in here. They're in depot or whatever. There's so many of them, and you don't need that many of them. It's crazy. I think, yeah, because essence is the main, like, longer-term sanity dump. That is for sure the main long-term sanity dump is just essence farming. Which is, like, fair enough. You need something to do with it. But even that, like, you'll eventually get to the point where you have most stuff. It might take a while, though, but... No, the expiring sanity boosters I'm not a huge fan of. I really do think the sanity boosters should just not be expiring ones. Maybe the ones you get from like dailies can be expiring, because you get one per day. So it's kind of it's really supposed to just be delayed daily regen stamina, the potion you get from dailies. Because you get other sanity potions as well from like sign-ins, like logins and stuff, which also have an expiry on them. Which is like, why? Why? The daily I can kind of see is it's almost like daily stamina, so in a way like it's expiring maybe makes sense, but for other ones it's like why it expire? And I guess yeah, expiring sanity pots are an upgrade to natural regen, yes, but yeah, those that make sense. But for most of the other sanity potions, I really feel like they just shouldn't expire. And also, however, there should if there is expiring stamina, right? If there's expiring stamina, dear God, it should auto-use the item if it's going to expire, not just fucking disappear. Like the other games do. There are other games where the Arknights still also doesn't fucking do this. If you have the expiring stamina and it expires, because oops, you forgot to use it, it should just auto-use it and overcap you on the stamina. Why? It really should be. That's just such a like... It still does what it needs to do, like, or whatever, but like, yeah, like, it should just... It's very... Yeah, Endfield even gives you items. Hey, these things are expiring, by the way. You should use them. They're expiring tomorrow. It's like, motherfucker, just auto-use them if they're gonna expire. Because that is like a pure FOMO thing of like, oh my god, I have to play game more, I need to use my expiring stamina. That is just pure FOMO bullshit. Like, you can absolutely just be kind to the player and oh hey, if they forgot to use their expiring stamina, then it auto-uses it. Because you're still, in a way, there's still an element of FOMO on it, because then you're over-capped on stamina, so you're not going to be getting your natural regen stamina, right? So like... And since your main source of expiring stamina potions is your dailies, people aren't going to be just like infinitely getting overcapping more and more stamina, because if they're not playing daily and using stamina, well then they're also not going to be getting their daily stamina potions. Unless it's the very funny situation where they go and do their dailies, but then they never use stamina, which is obviously, which could be for someone. But yeah. It's funny. But yeah, the expiring stamina is like a pure FOMO thing. Or like a, hey, you should log in more constantly. Make it a habit. It's a habit forming thing, which is predatory. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the expiring stamina. Of course, I'm used to it, but like... When I have 500 bond quota? No, I'm not the whale. I have not paid for... I think I've paid for like 1 pull or something. I mean, I just haven't used any bond quota. I have just not used any bond quota. So I have 500. I did get a lot. I've been a bit lucky on my standard 6 stars. So I kind of got like a lot of bond quota from standard 6 stars. So.
Over here, Edmund.
Because I have all the standards in Levitine. But also, she's pot 1, she's pot 1, and he's pot 1. So.
Leave it to me.
I can't even buy the 5 tickets. That's a... Well, that's not bond quota, Zeke. That's AIC quota. That's a different thing. Yeah, I was very lucky on the standards on getting... Oh, I got a lot of 6 stars in like the standard tickets that they gave us. So that kind of bumped up my bond quota a little bit. In like, compared to the amount of rolls that I've done, I have a lot of bond quota because I got a lot of 6 stars. I was just kind of lucky. I got 4 fucking Ardelias. Ooh. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, if you, yeah. It's a good idea to save the selector if you're still missing someone else.
Over here, Edmund.
Let's go
Because
over the battle plan once more, shall we?
Then you don't want to get spooked by the one that you just took from the selector. No, I don't have trouble with endgame or nothing, no. I've... The only... if I've struggled with one of the endgame maps, like some of the Umbral Monument stuff, it's been because I've been using like a team that doesn't sort of play into the map gimmick as well. Especially, for example, running like a team with like no survivability in it. Like this team, there's fucking 0 survivability in this team. So like any tiny fuck up, I lose half my health and then I die. Why does it now cost 50 bits to make a large emote? For good reason. So it's not so disruptive in either crow. I adjusted them. I forgot. I was supposed to adjust them months ago, and I just kind of forgot. And yeah, like, well, because then I have physical teams which do have some form of sustain. Like, either they have Ember in them, or maybe they have not really sustain, but Catcher for some survivability, so then, you know, that helps, like, instantly. But this particular one is, like... If it's a fight where it's hard to avoid all the damage, where it's like just like 1 or 2 enemies, then this team can get quite easily destroyed. And I'm pulling for Tongue, yeah. But yeah, because I have very intentionally left everyone, like my highest levels are very intentionally just 70, except for Ardelia, who I accidentally put to 71. That was an accident. There was an accident while I was doing the battle pass mission to level units. Because then everyone else I put to 60 for now. And I'm also just waiting to see if who I want to maybe level up a bit higher. Like Estella would make a lot of sense to level up higher because she does a lot of damage in a team. So it would make sense to level her. While, you know, some supports like Ember, Shaihi, and so on really don't need to be leveled up the same way.
Computation, utterance, abandonment.
Why not 67, huh? Can we kill this meme already? I thought it was dead already. Make it where every character has a level past 70, but increasing numbers, so maximum schizo. Ah, yes. And yeah, everyone's E3. Everyone's 60, 80, which you can't see right now. They're all like E3. So they're 60 and then promoted. I specifically spent a bunch of time getting everyone to 60 and promoted. Because I feel like that's kind of your minimum functional investment. Because then you can level up skills to 9. You can get all the passives and you can level up skills to 9. So that's like, and you can get gold gear. That's maybe honest. The main thing is gold gear. More than anything is the gold gear. And passives. So that's like the minimum sort of viable investment in my opinion for a character.
Story of my life.
Yeah, right now I have no use for 1 to 6, like the lower tier XP mats until I get new characters, which is fine. I don't have to farm for those because I'll get like some of them passively from everywhere. And then when I get new characters, then I have a use for them again. That's kind of how the game almost wants you to do. That's the reason why the XP is separated. I didn't get it earlier. The reason the XP is separated into 2 levels is so that at some point you will just have extra XP from 1 to 60. It's like, oh, well, I have this XP. I guess I could level up another unit to E3 so that you can like build your units like more horizontally rather than leveling up everyone to fucking 90. It encourages you to build more units to like minimum viable level. No, it's not to make grind slower. It's not to make grind slower because you get a bunch of the XP for free. Especially over time, you'll have a lot of like just bonus XP from 1 to 60. And then also it takes like a couple runs of the XP map to get enough XP from 0 to 60. It only takes like a few runs of the XP map. So I thought it was very weird at first, and until I realized the idea is to encourage you to level up more units so that you can have a lot of team variety, which is what they kind of want you to do. Instead of just vertically invest in one team and only one team. Because you get a bunch of the lower level promo mats as well from like over time you get a bunch of them from event rewards and exploration and so on. If you want to do this at the start of the game where you have everyone at 60 E3, yes, then you do have to grind for them. Then you have to grind for them if you want to get truly everyone like this sort of during launch patch. But over time, as in months, years, you will have a lot of excess resource essentially. And I think the overworld XP does like stop. I think you stop getting like XP from enemy kills. I think above 60, yeah. The one thing, T creds is the one thing that's still shared. So like if you're limited by T creds, then the XP split means fucking nothing because it's like, well, I don't have money. So that's a whole different thing. If you run out of T creds, then I have yet to, however, run out of T creds. I have everyone at 60 E3. I have most characters. I have at least level 6 on all their skills and all of their passives on like 90% or something, maybe 80%. I still have how many? I still have 965, like just under 1 million T creds. I have not farmed T creds a single time. I have not used a single ounce of stamina on T creds. You get a bunch of T-creds as rewards from events and whatnot, from exploration. And you get like 1 million T-creds from the Valley 4 stock distribution. However, if you level up units to 80, it gets expensive real quick. From 70 to 80 is 82,000. From 60 to 80, it's just over 100,000. So yes, if you level up units to 80, then you very quickly run out of credits. So consider if you really need to level them to 80, or God forbid, level them to 90. God forbid. $80 to $90 is so much credits and XP. I would genuinely not recommend leveling anyone to 90 at this point in the game, unless you truly really like that one character, or you must have like a maxed out team for some reason, which you don't really. I'm pretty sure you can even do the boss trim medals at level 80s. And like just good weapons and so on. You know, I just left at 70 just in general. It's not like a strat or anything. But level 70 is kind of the cutoff point to me where it starts really getting way more expensive. Right? Because the difference from 60 to 70, it's like 20,000 credits. And then from 70 to 80, it's 80,000 credits. It's 70 is where it starts getting significantly more expensive to level them. Also in like amount of XP as well. Like how many XP cards does it take to go to 70 from 60? 3 and 16. And then it takes another like 30 cards to go from 70 to 80. It like doubles. So 70s to me is just like a nice cutoff point. Also, earlier like max enemy levels in Overworld used to be 70, now they're 60, so it's a bit different as well. So 70 is like a compromise between not doing 60, which is like, you know, can maybe be a bit underleveled for a bunch of stuff. I feel. For the harder content, 60 does feel quite underleveled. 70 doesn't really. Even if it's still like noticeably you don't have quite as much stamina and you're not quite as tanky and so on. But it's like a reasonable amount. Stalling lore. Yes, well we got caught yapping. And I think I have to go to the bathroom real quick. So we've actually, okay, I have a couple of things in the archive that I do want. I want to read the reports in the archive. I didn't read the reports during beta, so I kind of want to read the reports, which are not too long. Findings are kind of funny because obviously they're like a bunch of mini bits. These Nexus files I've read during beta. So I don't feel a need to go and reread them instantly right now, unless we have to like check something if something comes up and it's in somewhere here. I guess with one thing, yes, is that my approach does make a daily, like, the daily domains or whatever a bit slower, because I can't kill them quite as fast. But, like, not that much. Oh, races was changed? Okay. Oh, that does look slightly different. Okay, that one will reread then. I don't think there's two. Apparently races, one of the files has been changed at least. But I think most of them are very similar to what they were in beta. And then there's reports, which I haven't specifically read through the reports, so. I think it's very odd that I think it's a matter of like they just don't have a chance to do for the story to tell you what reconveners are, so that's why they haven't done it. But then it gets a little awkward when we have a bunch of reconveners at the start, and then we have like character quests for reconveners, but it doesn't really explain what the hell they are. I think it's a weird little thing that they'll maybe fix at some point. Well, at some point we'll have like a more main story that's centered around reconveners, probably. Not sure when that's actually going to be though. So we'll see. That's why I made an entire explanation video on what the hell a reconvener is. Because I realized that, wow, the game does not fucking explain it. You have this here, but this kind of tells you what they are, but then like there's a bunch of things here which are easier to understand with a little bit of extra explanation from Arknights. So is there a snippet that says something about reconveners being made of Virginium or something? Are they even flesh and bone and have human-like processes? There's a loading screen tip that says they're life forms like born from Originium, but I don't think they're actually like made of rock. I think they are like humans again. I think they are biological in that way. Not that we don't actually have confirmation technically on whether or not they bleed, right? Essentially. Unless one of their files, we'll start going through the character files as well. That's honestly, that's kind of what I want to focus on today, is just going through character files. Other than this one thing. And then like, you know, see indeed if they're, are they made of flesh or whatever. Maybe one of their files will give an idea on it. And yeah, Gibby's quest is a bit weird because it has some, it's like involved in story rewrites. Can they ever reproduce? We don't know. Maybe. Okay, but I guess we can read through this. Race refers to groups of humans distinguished by shared physical characteristics and/or cultural traditions. According to Terran tradition, humanity on Talos 2 is classified into 3 major racial categories: Elders, Ancients, and Sarkas. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they pull up this distinction: Elders, Ancients, and Sarkas. Actually, maybe some of this was there earlier as well. Elders and Ancients constitute the majority of Talos 2's population. Division between these two categories originating from early Terran social dynamics described as nurturance and protection versus subjugation and dominion. These distinctions were based on social relationships rather than physical characteristics. When classified by physical traits, the culture and cultural traditions, typical elders include Draco, Hippogriff, Lung, and Killing, who represent a smaller portion of the population. Notable ancients comprise Feline, Liberi, Cautus, and Forte, encompassing the vast majority of human individuals. And they are indeed just, referred to as humans. Conventionally, the term Sarkas refers to the majority of this racial category, with a few exceptions such as Sancta and Durin. Unlike the Elders and Ancients, they trace their ancestry to distinct lineage. After the Ancients, the Sarkas form the second largest demographic on Talos 2. Throughout Terran history, the Sarkas engaged in significant racial conflicts with both Elder and Ancients. That's an understatement, isn't it? On Talos 2, these historical hostilities have largely been resolved. However, the Sarkas now face a series of unforeseen challenges on this new frontier. Currently, Seska serves as the primary representative of Sarkas cultural traditions within the civilization band. Following is a list of common racial descriptions used by the Terrans. And yes, Pog is a hippogriff. His file says that he's a Liberi, but I mean, he has a fucking tail. He has a tail. He has like a furry tail. Birds don't have that. So yeah, because Pog is a hippogriff. Because Helliger is a hippogriff. They do use the justification so that the kerning gets all weird and stuff. Which, I mean, like, I guess it's just because they want to keep it like whatever, but it really could just be left aligned. I don't know. John Hippogriff. Well, hippogriffs are not really part of the Liberi, but they're kind of Liberi because they're, a bit like birdish. Archetto has a tail too. Yeah, Archetto is also not just a normal Liberi, yes. There's a couple races which are like, you can kind of put them under some other race, but then they're like a different kind of version of them. They're sort of their own race, but they're similar to others. Let's see. Ancients, Archosaurian, wow, they go for all of them. Sheesh. Well, actually, okay, they don't go for all the Sarkas though. Don't go for all the Sarkas. They just give out. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is very much. This was 100% not here in beta. Was like the actual just a quick blurb on every single race. Race whose members usually have bulky tails. Archosaurians are proud of their culture and prefer living in rainforests. Adapting to the climate of Talos 2 has been quite a challenge to them. Aegir, a race with close affinity to water. Their ancestors built an entire nation under the sea, complete with undersea metropolises. They also played an important role in the history of Terra. Aslan, a subgroup of the felines that diverge because of their unique culture and traditions, characterized by the golden hair and tails. Hair. Aslans could also claim descent from a royal family that ruled some Terran nation. However, the modern Aslans have already come to terms with this fact. There are no kings or queens in Talos 2. Capernae, a race with great love of their horns. Terrans stereotypically view Capernae as expert casters of Jinioites. After all, the legendary Witch King was a Capernae. I mean, these are like in-universe, because obviously in-universe, they're not going to be like, oh, Capernae are deer and elk and so on, because that's our world. That's real world animals, which obviously they don't have, so it's different. Because, you know, for someone very new to the universe, it obviously really helps to just like, you know, be like, these are the rabbits, these are the elks, these are the crocodiles. Usually have bulky tails, so I suppose one side won the debate. Tamimi won the war. Cultists are race characters by the long ears and short fluffy tails. Cultists prefer living in cultist communities and place great importance in familial ties. These are Terra traditions that they kept alive. The Lafia, a race supporting branching antlers atop their head. Their ancestors mostly lived in Terran countries with plenty of forested regions. These are the elks and deer. Feline, one of the most common, this is self-explanatory. Most felines have pointed ears, long tails, and keen senses. They're widely distributed across the entire civilization. One of the most common races, which that means that previous Civ had a lot of cats. Previous Civ had many cats, lots of pet cats. Forte, a race that usually sports horns, powerful physique, and excellent endurance. Forte is proved to be indispensable for the exploration and development of Talos 2. Kuranta, a race with exceptional endurance and skills in running and jumping. The Kuranta were the ones who established the knightly and chivalric traditions. Liberi, a populous race characterized by feathers and lighter builds. They are one of the most common races in both Terra and Talos 2. It's true, there's a lot of birds, just in general, in real life. Lupo, subgroup that diverged from the Perros, the famous Landbreaker clan known as the Pack, may have many Lupo members. But this is also so easily explained by just, it's the wolves. Perro, a race with puffy, furry tails. They usually live in large families and place great emphasis in keeping peace and harmony with each other. Perros are also one of the most common races of Talos 2. It's a little funny that actually here, Lupos are a subgroup that diverge from the Perros, but I mean, obviously in real life, dogs come from wolves, not the other way around. Yeah, exactly. It's all funky. Unless maybe this is revisionist history. Phidia, a race of tall, slender builds, long tails, and pointed ears. Some may also have scales growing on their bodies. Phidians were already quite rare in Terra and became only rarer in Talos 2. Oh, interesting. This is snakes, obviously, for those who don't know. Savra, scaled race known as for the longevity. Like Phidians, many Savrans have long, scaly tails as well. Unlike the Phidians, their skins tend to be rougher and more resilient. This is like some lizards. Savra is like, I guess it's lizards. Archosaurians is crocodiles and so on, and alligators. Savra is like lizards. But the Phidias, yeah, is snakes. And then Archosaurians is like more generally reptiles. No, it is crocodiles and alligators. With maybe some like lizardish people. Because then Savras are like the lizards. Even though, you know, in a way a crocodile is really just a very big lizard, isn't it? Director Chin should be a Phidia, is a snake. You can usually recognize it from like tail and stuff. Phidias snakes usually have a much like, you know, smaller tail. I mean, they even say it here. Ursus are race characters by their bulky stature, endurance, and cold resistance. The Ursai once established a nation of the same name in Terra and now are active throughout Talos 2. It's the bears. Weave, a horned race whose members commonly serve as mercenaries. Most Weavers are valiant and capable of warriors. They are sometimes mistaken as Dracos. This is wyverns. Important distinctions, wyverns and dragons. Yeah, Neferith is supposedly a croc, yes. According to Perlica. If Perlica is to be believed, then Neferith is a croc. Also, yeah, no Petrum, true. Turtles. Turtles are fucking gone. They extincted. Rip. The Panasaurus, yes, yes, he's a bear. He's quite clearly a bear. Vulpo, a subgroup that diverged from Perros. Vulpos are known for their light, nimble builds. This is foxes. Wow, Vulpos get such a short blurb. It's like one sentence, man. Zalak, a race with light, nimble bodies and characters by their ear tufts. Zalaks are already famous for their for the tenacity and ability to survive harsh environments in the Age of Terror. This is rodents, mouse, and so on. Okay, well, okay, never mind. Okay, well, there's Petrums first of all. These are like the very small races that there's like very few of. So I guess they were just like there's not that many. Other ancients: Anurans, Ceratos, Itra, Manticores, Petrums, Pilosa, and Reprobas also crossed the Cosmic Gate and arrived at Talos 2. These races were already quite rare in Terra. Their rarity has not changed in Talos 2. I actually can't even remember what all of these is. Anurans is frogs. Manticores is a kind of more special one. It's like what is Manticores? It's like kind of like a little bit like scorpions, but like. And then there's Petrums, which is turtles. Pilosa, which I also can't remember what Pilosas were. Reprobas are hyenas. Ceratos rhinos. Oh yes, okay, yeah, like Bubble. Bubble from Arknights is. Oh yeah, Pilosa is a sloth, isn't it? Yeah, Pilosa's sloth. Scene. What's an Itra? Itra? Reprobas is hyenas. Itra is... The hell is an Itra? Deer? Isn't deer Elafia? Courier? Musk deer. Oh. There's a specific deer. Courier. Oh, courier is an Itra. Did not find the only Itra ever. And yeah, because Manticore is obviously a bit more along the lines of like not quite a normal animal, a bit more mythical. And yeah, Arurans is frogs. And yeah, no pigs. No pigs. It's pig racism. Pigs aren't cute enough. No pigs. Not even like a wild boar now that I think about it. Crazy we don't even have like a boar race, you know? The distinction between elders and ancients. For like real world comparisons, ancients are like normal animals. Elders are mythological creatures. Elders, Draco, an elder race with the magnificent horns and majestic tails. Dracos are often mistaken as weaves due to their rarity. These are like dragons. Okay, weaves are considered ancients, but they're like wyverns, not normal animal. So that's like an outlier. That's a bit of an outlier. But I guess it's because like wyverns are like beta dragons, so they get demoted to ancients. And Sarkars are their whole own separate thing. Killing an old race that hailed from the Terran nation of Yan. The Killing were the ones that created Leifa, Thunder Arts, and Yuk, form of original art still being used by the Chenshi from the Hongshan Academy of Sciences. Yep. If you play Monster Hunter, then you are very aware of Kirin, the stupid lightning unicorn. Same source, essentially, though they're not horses in this one, but... Lung, widely hailed as the oldest race of Terra. The Lung occupied prestigious roles in the Terran nation of Yan. This is Eastern dragons instead of Western dragons. Other elders, established Terran traditions of racial classification, regard many ancient subgroups as elders. Examples include the Hippogriff subgroup of Liberi. Okay, yeah, so Hippogriff are specifically a subgroup of Liberi. This is what Pog is as well. The Cerberus subgroup of Perro. This is not in Endfield yet, but there is one in Arknights. And the Nine-tailed Vulpo subgroup of Vulpos. These exist very much so. There is some Nine-tailed Vulpos. And then there's Sarkars. Sarkars is indeed wholly separate. Elders and ancients are still related to each other. Sarkars, fully separate. Completely different, like, genetic pool, genetic source. And the Sarkars are all based on various demons and ghouls and goblins and so on. Oh yeah, they didn't mention Pegasus. True, they didn't mention Pegasus, which is a form of Kuranta, a subgroup of Kuranta. It's a little funny that they actually don't mention Pegasus, huh? Sarkers. Sarkers are the original natives of Terra and the only true visitors of Talos too. This is true. Their incredibly complex history and relations with other races cannot be summarized in a few pages. Also true. However, most Sarkers living on Talos 2 have chosen to leave the past behind. While the Sarkers can be further subdivided, most still prefer to call themselves Sarkers for convenience. There's a lot of Sarkers subraces, yes. I also didn't mention Knights Mora either, yeah. And yeah, Sarkers are Terra natives. Like, they're the native race of Terra. While everyone else, or the Elders and Ancients, funnily enough, actually were originally on Talos. And Anasa are, yeah, an ancient Sarkers, like, sort of subgroup. Anasa, an ancient Sarkers leader, migrated to the eastern lands of Terra, and his Sarkers followers adopted a new cultural identity known as Anasa. They also create a unique and long-venerated philosophy that still exerts influence over people living on Talos. So this is essentially Buddhist demons. Like, that's essentially what the Anasa are. They're like demons that got enlightened and became Buddhists. Durin, this is so funny that Durins are a Sarkers subrace, by the way. Durin, a Sarkers race characterized by their smaller statures. Generations of subterranean life caused the Durin to diverge from other Sarkers. They were known for their technological expertise as well as appetites for drink and merrymaking. Life in Talos 2 hardly changed these customs. So Durin are like dwarves, but they're not dwarvish. They're more like, what's the other one? Like halflings, but they, you know, they live underground and all that. So they're like cuter dwarves. They're cuter dwarves. Gnomes, yeah, they're much more like gnomes than they are dwarves, yes. Elves are not even mentioned here. Elves are a whole separate thing. They're not Sarkers, I think. They are not based on Sarkers. Elves are also like a whole separate distance from all of these races. Elves are separate. And yes, Durins are Sarkers. It is very funny that they're Sarkers. They truly have no similarity to like anything other any other Sarkers or anything. They're just like gnomes, man. Deadass. Elves partially derived from ferment. They're a bit close to Sarkers and ancient elders, aren't they? Well, kind of, but they like, that's the thing, is that they're just kind of derived from a ferment, so they're sort of their own thing, rather than being Sarkers. Also, Endmin might look like an Aegir just because they don't have any special bits to them, and don't question Endmin's race, okay? Just don't. They're a rock race, okay? Their gender is rock. Their race, rock. Gender, rock. And then Sancta, Sarkers' race whose cultural identity was changed by the precursor's personality and cognitive synchronization. Sancta are often called angels if they're born with halo and wings. This thing fell out of use for obvious reasons. However, most Sancta don't really mind. So Sancta, yes, also are like, they're an angel race, but their original race was Sarkers, and then they diverged. So they're an angel. So yeah, okay, they do give you a pretty nice overview of like all the various races. The only thing that they obviously don't give you is, if you don't know anything at all, then like you don't know that Vuivs is specifically based on wyverns. Savra is lizards. Like, unless you recognize some of these names. Like Ursus, you can maybe make out. It's like, okay, Ursus like a bear. Lupo is maybe also like, oh, isn't that like Latin for wolf? Some of them you can, like, feline is also pretty easy. Aslan is somewhat easy. Aegir is, what the fuck? What is an Aegir? Also, another indeed thing where, yes, in Arknights, angels come from devils instead of the other way around. And yeah, they don't go into all the Sarkers subraces. There's a lot of Sarkers subraces. But they're like all Sarkers. They're just various different types of them. Vulpo is there, yeah. Which race is Ardashir? We're not sure, but he should be a Sarkers. We're just not sure on which subrace of Sarkers he is. Most likely a Lich. But we don't have actual confirmation. But that's like by far our best guess. Like nothing else really fits as well. But yeah, Sarkers is a whole separate thing. There's a lot of different Sarkers subraces. And they're all fairly distinct. Like they all have kind of their own identity. Oh, Christ. I forgot it's so fucking bright in here, man. It's not so bright. Anyway. And yeah, Aegir are just fish people. Aegir are, well, not even fish. Aegir is just any kind of aquatic animal. All aquatic animals are Aegir. This is this one here. This is the little thing. Actually, I think this one maybe we did read in beta. This is indeed where this is just like the thing of there's all the inner fighting and assassinations within the Bone Crushers as Neferith crushes all the dissenters within the Bone Crushers so that she can control them better. Search and rescue report on missing personnel infiltration. This is just not that important. Angloid activity. While recovered, we revered that against Angloid related clue dossiers of Valley 4 gathered over the years. We can be certain that no normal states existed amongst the Angloid created in the Valley 4 several decades. Some agree that random anchorfolds and super aggressive Angloid can be treated as a manifestation of their particular system. Well, the signals were weak and barely detectable. In fact, the ancient incident is congruent with our understanding of the Angloid phenomenon that stood true for 150 years. The Angloid is a phenomenon that not involving any life form, though individual mutation and variants have been observed. Anglo's activity of Valley 4 reported so far rests within our normal expectations. However, you have personally experienced the incursion of Valley 4 itself as well as its repercussions. We, together with our allies, have all made unambiguous observations of Angloid and humans attacking a single target as a united force. Or to put it simply, Ioanni has fought alongside the Angloid. It's theoretically improbable, as we have long treated the weak Angloid signals that we believe are used by the Angloid for communication with each other to be completely undecipherable. Even when we applied the algorithmic engines of that particular system all those years ago, this mysterious system, all those years ago, the attempt to commune with the Angloid or to render them harmless have also failed. And no matter what Neferith, her landbreakers, or even the Anglo have in mind, we must do everything we can to stop their next move. Everyone at the Intel office believes are well perfect. Okay, so this is like kind of foreshadowing indeed the fact that how the Angloid almost kind of working together. Maybe they're like, what they're doing, huh? What Neferith doing with the Plight and whatnot. The Blight? The Plight? Blight. Well, Plight and Blight, similar enough. I don't think we don't have anything super direct on whether or not Angloid are related to collapsals. But like, probably in some way, because Blight and the Ether side should be connected to the collapsals. So. But then there's also some kind of weird situation going on with the law because of Angloid and their fucking halos and all this kind of shit. So there's some wacky stuff. Or of course, the other option actually is actually that's more likely, sorry. It's not that the law is doing something fucky with the Angloid. It is more likely that whatever the law is made from, the source for how they made the law, which made the Sancta, that's sourced probably from whatever makes the Angloid. It's probably that way. So, yeah, Angloids are new to it. Like, they're introduced in Endfield. They don't exist in AK. And then there's some Sami shenanigans. And yeah, because it's just Blight, Ether side is connected to Angloid and Blight and all that stuff. And Ether side should also be connected to collapsals in original Arknights. And then there's, just for some reason collapsals aren't around on Talos too, which I have some ideas on maybe why that is, but corruption came from Talos too. Well, not necessarily, because they just come from the Ether side. And the Ether side is maybe kind of a little bit everywhere, even if it's seemingly Talos 2 is in some way in close proximity to Ether side stuff, because it's just getting ravaged by it constantly. And then yes, probably, and that might be why it was then able to also leak from essentially Talos 2 over through the portal into Terra. And I think that's the reason why we don't have collapsals in here on visible on Talos. While on Terra we have collapsals, which are like some form of Ether side corruption. My guess is that it's because the Ether side could only leak to Taros, to Terra, wrong planet, to Terra through the portal instead of more directly like it does on Talos. Like, it had to go through the portal so it could, like, only sort of possess stuff instead of just, like, directly just break into the universe. So I had to, like, go a roundabout way. Here's the stuff on Astron. Received, organize, and analyze the documents you gather from Religion Lodespring. We concurrently confirmed that the crewmates were referring to the giant Angelos that attacked Valley 4 20 years ago. Astron is the name we gave this Angelos that attacked Valley 4. Its specifications and data were lost during the war, but now we can confirm that this identity was at least 100 meters in height. It was called the Astron as it resembled crude rock paintings of the sun made during ancient times in Terra. Astron featured over 1,000 spokes that twist and rotate like a great circular vortex. Fucking 1,000. As Astron advanced, it covered the land with an ominous shade of dark red generated by the ether flowing in its immense form, deathly zone for all living beings within. Due to the loss of video and other surveillance data, we could hardly imagine how the UWST felt when they faced Astron 20 years ago. Nevertheless, the crew emerged victorious from this battle. Special macro formation of Originium clusters known as the Great Originium Oak was used as a weapon when the Valley folk fought against Astron. But how did they do it? They simply used the Oak as a bomb? Explosive yield that amount of Originium would have completely devastated the whole of Valley 4. This should not be something I'm supposed to ask, but our database only contained the most basic of data about the Great Originium Oak. You probably know about this more about this Originium formation, but your memories. Last and most importantly, be cautious, Endon. Rumors and stories whispered by the crewmates about the Angelos may not be completely unfounded. Many dangerous and hostile entities may be buried under the Origin Lodespring. You might run into something that should have died in the past. I like how this is like teasing Triagelos. We killed that thing ages ago. We're reading what we have. I'm missing a couple of the smaller files and audio logs, but I have like all the main big ones. Bonecrusher Clan. Edwin, thank you for the data you collected. For years, our knowledge of the Bonecrushers had been extremely limited. All data about this clan were half-truths and fantasies based upon rumors and scout reports. First-hand information from actual Bonecrushers will help us learn more about Landbreaker communities to better elucidate their behaviors and determine their goals and modus operandi. Use these valuable pieces of intel to postulate the background and process that propelled the Bonecrusher clan to power. During last winter, the north of the frontiers suffered the worst economic crisis and famine for several decades. Suffering was further compounded by blight events and forced many Landbreaker clans to fight each other. The declining Bonecrushers suddenly came to power, swallowing up weaker clans as they snowballed into a massive army. Strange form of flame known as Hazefire is crucial behind sudden rise of the Bonecrushers. Hazefire. I feel like there's a word missing here. Hazefire seems related to the blight. In addition to its hallucinogenic properties and neural toxicity, those who inhale it can receive a temporary spike in physiological performance. Bonecrushers were able to create a stronger and more permanent Landbreaker clan that revolves around Hazefire. Their chief Nefereth happens to be the one who introduced it to him. Just so happens to be the one that introduced it to him, huh? Yeah, we'll see what Amma... Well, because the ending with Amma and Crazily Seon and whatnot, I think is one of the non-canon endings. So, I think that's slightly different. Nefereth seems to have appeared out of the blue. We know nothing about her background, place of birth, life, personality, or beliefs, which is a little funny considering, you know, it seems like Nefereth and Ardashir and whatnot knew Endman back in the day at some point. Maybe it was just Ardashir. It's possible that Nefereth is like a new individual in the group that Ardashir is part of, and only Ardashir knows Endman from the past. We are certain of this one thing. She deeply resents every faction she encounters. Seething. Individuals deliberately indoctrinated the Landbreakers with extreme fanatism and hatred to encourage attacks on the civilization band. With victorious raids, plundered riches, and captured slaves, she further secured the loyalty of her followers. Oh boy, slaves! Yay! There are two conventional strategies for external force to strike at the LB. Unleash powerful attacks to neutralize key LB leadership and induce disintegration of the clan. And two, diplomacy, trade, and bribery to reduce their hostility. However, we neither have the means to take out the entire LB leadership nor enough resources to secure a lasting truce. As long as brutal warfare and other factors massively affecting survivability still exist, the number of LBs will only continue to grow and fuel the emergence of yet another clan like the Bonecrushers. Perhaps the civilization band may give us a true solution for the Landbreaker problem in the future. The civilization band that totally isn't suspicious, you know? Equal opportunist hater. Ether test site. The naturally stable rift and ether test site are the two most mentioned phrases in the materials you recovered. They're rather expected. When we first received the said materials, we initially tried to verify if we had chance upon classified UWST research documents given the complicated situation you were in. Suspicions were misplaced. The materials you recovered are quite standard. Naturally stable rift is located at the power plateau of Valley 4. Its presence sparked quite a discussion during the early days of development in Valley 4. The intensity of the discussion, however, did not exceed those pertaining to popular movies screened at the same time. Valley 4 Rift is not the first naturally stable rift discovered by humanity, nor is the Ether test site the first facility built for the study of rifts, though the UW is constructed in a way that appears smaller than it looks from the outside. I'll skip through some of this stuff. UW finds Ether site observation is the primary focus. Interval might very well be a futile chase, and one is 6 we observed the Ether site itself after all these years. Have you asked the liches? Have you asked the liches? Knowing the HSR TGC would regard projects that attempt to make Ether site observations seriously, much less set aside funding for them. Given the current assembly, that does not make UW innocent of conducting high-risk experiments in the Ether test site. Nothing too special in there, other than like, yep, Ether side. Okay, then now this is Wuling Shopping Avenue. Now this is important lore. Try to find a replacement terminal capable of commuting smells as well. One if there's a handy term capable of physically delivering snacks from the shopping avenue. Usual greetings and start date analysis if I wish to avoid the wrath of my team leader. We have verified the following intel regarding the history of the Wuling shopping avenue that you are interested in. We're certain the functioning avenue of Wuling is a wonder that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Ah yes, glazing. Glazing. What the fuck? There's a big chunk of text. Basic understanding of the very large rift. Yo, very large rift, the classic. Huge formation of multiple rifts measured nearly 100 kilometers in length and exists right below Wuling. In other words, the city is literally built on an active volcano. To be more accurate, the entire place is built right over a volcanic crater. So why would such a precarious city develop such a bustling shopping avenue? Why is everyone settling in with a peace of mind? Check the past records about Wuling and arrive at these verified findings. The Viceroy of Tangxi Zhuangfengyi has exceptional administrative skills. Ever since the founding of Wuling, she wholly focused on providing living amenities, education, and business opportunities. Comprehensive ideas and approach are most admirable. Of course, I'm not downplaying the contributions of the Wulingers, which still just sounds like a slur. According to the verifiable data we have, Tangxi Zhuang always came up with the most applicable development plans for special focuses that require them most. Those efforts included adding a new bamboo raft stops or introducing new chubby lung designs. Yes! Believe every Wulinger, though this claim appears exaggerated, it is not. Has placed their trust in her for the city to reach its present-day level of development. You yourself read the memos of the traveling merchant or the proprietor. Everyone inside and outside the city believes that the shopping avenue is heading up. Commercial wonder in a precipitous place. But this is the impression that people get when they first visit Functioning Avenue. Experience this place at your own leisure. You've left quite a mark on Wuling, and I'm sure everyone is honored to be in your presence. They sure did build that shit right on top of the Wuling very large lift, which is such the funniest name. And yet it's a name that you would have in real life. Transportation in Wuling. Bamboo of Wuling is incredibly famous. Yeah, it fucking moves. It's made out of bugs. I'll answer inquiries about transportation in Wuling. From the day you send us, writings that mention becoming lost or other overt signs of psychological trauma experienced by travelers in the straggle groves are undoubtedly exaggerated. According to the existing data in the database, we can have two key features of the design of transportation in Wuling: nature and order. Nature, which refers to lack of abrupt artificial structures in Jingyu Valley, and that includes roads, bamboo raft stops, and even Pantail beast lair mentioned by the forest ranger indicated by the data you found. However, Jingyu Valley remains a rather accessible place. Order, on the other hand, might be a little hard to describe. I encourage you to explore and experience the area in person. Taking a raft ride through Jingyu Valley might be a start. Now, by using our Endfield zipline. So true! I don't actually have that many ziplines in Jingyu, but... We discovered that the Wulings have established a decent transport network throughout Jingyu Valley with minimal disruption to the natural landscape. Such an achievement requires incredible skills in area planning. Perhaps the well-established Chinese tradition of Feng Shui produce new blossoms in the distant world of Talos too. Try looking for additional information if the opportunity presents itself. I hope, you know, because obviously, you know, it's the China region, so it has to get like loads of glaze, right? That's how it is. But I'm kind of hoping that as the story goes ahead, and maybe they kind of teased a little bit of it in the stream, maybe. Can't exactly remember what the exact names that they said, but it was like the more 1.2 teasing, like patch 1.2 teasing. I'm kind of hoping that you know, there's an element of the hubris of humanity going on in Wuling with, you know, the way that they've built on top of an active volcano or whatever, like the very large rift, and how they're kind of like, hey, it's all good. Nah, we're good. We're fine. No problems. And like, you know, fungi hiding their quite dire situation and all that, right? I'm hoping that kind of blows up in their face a little bit. Because, yeah, like, you're kind of hiding how bad shit is actually. And in some cases, they do even say it a little bit more directly. But like, fungi is hiding this shit. That shit's not as good as it seems. So I kind of hope that hubris kind of blows up in their face a little bit. Like, it has to. Or really should. But we'll see. Because I can't remember where it was. I think it was was it a side quest? There's a side quest with one of the NPCs you meet during main story. There is like it's a side quest or something, or maybe it was just literally some of their like dialogue. You can talk to them as they stand around because they exist in the world somewhere. They're like, this fucking fungi hiding like our situation. Like, good God, what is she up to? What is she doing? But we'll see. Was it directly main story? Maybe it was. So we'll see how badly it indeed like goes for them, essentially, right? However, it's very possible it doesn't go as badly for them as you would want because it's the Chinese area, right? Even more than just like the current sort of maybe lack of grayness in some parts of the Endfield story, specifically for Wu Ling, it's more like it's a China area. Endfield tracker only affect Endfield account? Well, I don't know. I didn't look into it. I did not use it, so I didn't really have a reason to check it. The whole pull tracker. Just don't use pull trackers. Just don't risk it. Clean your, like, if you used it, then you might want to go and check. There's a Reddit post on it and so on of like whatever. Probably aren't gonna go to get a clear out the slums like in OG AK. Okay, but the only reason we had to clear out the slums in OG AK is because that wasn't non-China. That was Hong Kong. The reason Lungman could have a bunch of really bad issues and like questionable actions is because it's Hong Kong. While generally speaking, Yun stories, they're not like vibing, but they're like kind of always in the right for the most part. There's like individuals who maybe do something wrong, but then they're, you know, they get like their justice served and everything. Right? That's just pretty often. If you look at like any of the big Chinese gachas and they have their storyline that happens in the nation that is based on China, there's a certain flavor to them usually, you know? So we'll see. And yeah, the Unstories have some commentary on them, but it's real subtle. And like, you know, there's some of that stuff in there, but then it's usually presented in like, oh, you know, one rogue individual did some bad things, but the true leadership would never, and so on. Which is, I mean, this is how it's gonna be. It's like one of those things you have to accept. Which is generally speaking why I'm not like super into those particular storylines that are in the games, but Originium does not cause the natural disasters on Talos yet, at least. In theory, it could. It doesn't. There's just like not enough of it. There's some flaws indeed on like where in theory they could happen on Talos. You just need enough Originium for catastrophes to start happening, but like you need to have enough of it. So if you don't have, the reason they exist on Terra is because there's just like uncontrolled amounts of Originium fucking everywhere. Like unmitigated disaster, unmitigated growth of Originium. While on Talos 2, that is currently not an issue. So,
Over here and
luckily this this page is not so goddamn
Let's
bright.
go over the battle plan once more, shall we?
And yeah, blight is a whole separate thing. Like, that's the thing. Talos has blight disasters instead of catastrophes. It's also because it's unstable. Catastrophes are like weird. I mean, it's not just because it's unstable. Like, I mean, Originium is in some ways always a little unstable, well, kind of unstable, but. And yeah, Talos 2 Originium is also hinted to be somehow less destructive. And yeah, you do need like, it needs to be like active Originium, which is like a whole separate thing. Is active Originium versus just like the kind of passive crystals. But you can activate Originium, and that's sort of the thing that's not happening as much on Talos, is like active Originium. On Terra, there's just like massive fucking fields and mountains of active Originium just laying around and fucking shit up. So it's a matter of density of Originium and like the type of Originium. While on Talos, generally speaking, it all seems to be a lot more controlled, which I think makes sense because, like, the Originium... There's still some problems with Originium, by the way. Like, it still, for example, causes erypathy and all that kind of stuff. That part isn't solved and all that, you know? But, like... The Originium problem is kind of supposed to be an OG Arknights problem. That's, like, a central issue in OG Arknights. So to me, it makes sense to not just like one-to-one transfer that problem to Endfield. Because it's just like rehashing something that is being done in OG Arknights. Anyway, shall I go into here? That's the wrong button. Also, I might need to... I'll probably want to move, won't I? I think I need to move for this one. All the text is on the other side, so... All the text is on this side, so I guess I'll move myself. Indeed, race, Liberi. Expertise, battlefield tactics, military theory. Believes that every theory should be traceable to actual wars and applicable to real battles. Mentor. Living history book. Stakes is lower in Talos 2 compared to Terra. I mean, that depends on what particular thing. Some ways, or at the very least, right now, the stakes on Talos have not been presented as bad as on Terra. But we truly do, like, when you as a player enter the world of Terra, like, it's a bad time to be on Terra. It's like a lot of shit is happening. It's not a great time to be there. There was probably a time where things were a little bit nicer. Or like not quite as dire. But when we get to experience Terra, it's bad times. And obviously Terra is a lot more like, almost like a bit post-apocalyptic. Except it's not sort of post-apocalyptic. I mean, it's post-apocalyptic, but also like active apocalypse. Which Talos 2 isn't quite as much. It's a different type of setup. Preferred approach to learning about this world is to study its history and everything that happened in its land. Less of a match and more like a hard-fought battle. Mind honing. Chess master. Oh, you play a chess. Actually, that's not. Yeah, it checks out. Codename, Arknights. Male, Rhode Island. Date of birth, July 23. Liberi, erypathy infection status, erypathy negative based on medical examination reports. All the reconvenes we have are negative. But obviously they used to be infected. OSP1 has him on a chessboard. Of course. Chess gamer. Physiological strength, excellent. Combat skill, excellent. Tactical acumen, outstanding. Original arts assimilation, standard. Human resource summary. Pogranichik, ID name Korsin. His real name, no way. Rhodes Island liaison and a banner commander for the Order of Steel Oath. He spent years at the Polar Circle front in the north of Talos 2. Given the needs of the current situation, Pogranichik joined the Endfield Industries to provide relevant combat support. There should be a plural here. Uncompromising look, uncompromising looks or a professional. Okay, there's not plural. There should be a whatever here. Possessive. Left me quite an impression when I first met him. He acts with a great decision and alacrity. Words, man. And never with doubt nor hesitation. Once he promises to take up on a task, no matter how small or severe, he would see it through the best of his abilities. Displayed no obvious preferences for the big three of the band accord. Expected a special emotional connection to the Matt Gorodov of the UWST. He would not mind talking to crewmates seeking shade in the city plate construction yards. There were even occasions when he met UWST crewmates confused about life or suffering through the pain of shattered dreams. Pogranichik is exceptional at boosting morale even for commoners far away from the battlefield. Always found a way to instill a confidence back into people's hearts. Outkeepers and UWST crewmates who knew Pogranichik often highlight his cold, sharp yet endearing sense of humor. Martin Marvin Malin, Assistant HR Division, Endfield Industries. Document. 2 photographs. Oh! Is this one of the photograph of bear? One photograph of yellowing edges, featuring Pogranichik standing amongst a diverse crew of various races. The group stood before a fortified defense works forged of steel and covered by snow. Why is my PC like increasing its fan speed? I'm just sitting here looking at files, man. Group stood before a fortified defense works forged of steel and covered by snow. 2 Oathkeeper scouts stood atop the defenses, gazing into the far distance with binoculars. Background: contours of a fort could be seen in the slightly blurred horizon, along with large caliber cannons pointing at the skies. Characters of note: particular crewmates standing next to Pogranichik were an expression of pride that stood out from the others. And pointing at the skies where a giant vessel floated above everything. This photograph does not show the entirety of the said vessel. Floating vessel? Photograph of a great hall within a fort taken from above. Soldiers of the Order of Steel Oath who stood in the middle of the hall raised their cups into the air, and Pogranichik who stood up on the stage. They're having to describe the photos instead of have the photos. Upper left, Pogranichik placing a fist on the massive map behind him. Upper right, a long dining table. A silver-haired old man with a chiseled face through the features were obscured as he faced the other way. Although seated at the table were badges and sashes of banner commanders, unlike the soldiers, they also raised their glasses. Lower left, young recruits rubbing shoulders with each other. Each one of them played an accordion. Each one of them played an accordion. That's a lot of accordions. Those nearby seem to be singing and cheering loudly with their mouths open. The hall is filled with plenty of individuals in festive spirits, but Pogranichik never showed the picture to anyone. Neither did he frame it. His memories. Document. 3 recipes. Entree recipe C5. Primal cut Burnaby steak set. Quarters or UWST. Winner of the United Works Syndicate Talos Central Production Planning Committee Award for 20 consecutive years. Just beef. Or well, steak. Shieldguards are still getting used to the unique taste of the fortifying agents. Besides that, this is the most impeccable as field rations. It offers sufficient calories, nutrition, and the fillet has been prepared to provide an excellent texture. I remember tasting something similar before. Something from Ursus. Ursus? Ursus mentioned? No way. How could this be? Metal Crab Doria set. La Fantoma metal crabs and Kirsch cheese come together in this preparation by master chefs of Neo-Tsukushi. 3 different nations. Time to create explosions of freshness that blend the Talosian hills and oceans, a gastronomic experience fitting for the indomitable Oathkeepers. Culinary wonder rarely seen in self-cooking rations that are quite effective in maintaining the morale of fighting banners. However, color content of this particular item is currently incapable of meeting the shield guard's requirements. Please improve upon it. Not enough protein. Checking my head. Oh, was it one of them, not each of them? Oh yeah, one of them played an accordion. Okay, I don't know how I read each of them played an accordion. Only one accordion, not many accordion. Instant Changshu Hotpot, courtesy of Huss. Scribble on the back of the rations crate. Corson, your soldiers are battle-hardened veterans, and what do you feed them with? Shroud slop so stale that they're crying foul. Since you've been most respectful, the attention to this entire crate is on me. Guaranteed to dispel the cold and put heat in your guts. Don't forget to warm the Burdo tallow for the grease dip. This entree has utterly decimated my warriors. Half of my shield guards in the entire battle cried out for painkillers. None of them managed to find strength to crawl on the ground and stuff a handful of snow in their mouths. However, no one in the banner complained about the cold in the 30-click-foot march. Too spicy! Ow! Owie! Spicy! Massive map illustrated on a document. A map. This is a long one. My goodness, this file is a long one. Yeah, we have quite a few. There's quite a few possible like future regions that haven't mentioned, like a lot of like nations or whatever. And yeah, I mean, I think no, it's very much a flavor thing and kind of like very intentional that instead of having a picture, they describe it because it's not really about the actual picture. Massive map illustrated a massive piece of tan sister beast hide. It was made just in case all instruments and machinery running on originium technology failed. Map is densely marked with border of steel with defense zones. Supply routes and key strong points. Arsenals of Fort Forgevein have been included as well. Southern area of the map shows dozens of roads meandering along the contours that connect the various order forts. Few of these routes pass through Mirkwood, lifelines that connect the civilization band to the Order of Steel Oath and the very edge of the northern corridor. Okay, Mirkwood also, yeah. Northern area of the map shows a jagged battle line that stretches across the land like a scar. It stretches from the main defense zones of the Order and ends only at the fringe of the Aurora. In the memo section furnished next to the map display track, Pogranchik, the author of this map, left his handwritten message. 1,237 names. That's the worth of this. He remembers all of them. The worth of this frontier. File 2. Document. Except of a conversation recorded at Fort Beep. Fort censored. Sir Instructor, please wait. The lesson was most engaging. You must be a true expert in fighting the Anglo. We just heard those warriors calling you Corson. This will serve its purpose if it helps you survive an actual engagement. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Oh, this is great. I'm Vagim Ignatievich Smirnov. Smirnov? This one is Murevev. We're both from the UW. So many Russian names. Ignati? I know this name. Did you leave your home because of your father, recruit? Because of your father, recruit? He often showed me pictures of you. Yes, when he was around, he often mentioned your heroic deeds in his letters. He was proud to fight along your side against the Anglo that tried to breach our defenses. Always, in every letter. In every letter. Yeah, when Masha and I were kids, we were trying to be the heroes described in the letters. We played games pretending to be fighting shield guards. Everyone wants to be as brave as you. Well, Muraviv and I passed our selection trials at the fort. We went to inherit our father's courage, even at the cost of our lives. Most respectable goal, but I want you to understand the sacrifice is never the objective. On the contrary, the Order fights to avoid that altogether. Instructor Corson, back when I was still at school, I've always been picturing this in my mind. Anglo the North smashing themselves in the front lines and the banners buckling under their weight. Just when the buggers were about to breach, the Oathkeepers heard the mighty thud of iron shields slammed into the earth. Corson and his shield guards arrived and they charged forth. That mighty thud told everyone that you were the unbreakable front. Guards where you stand would never be taken. Grounds where you stand would never be taken. Bosch is right, Instructor. We're not afraid of sacrifice. No, I've seen too many aspirants falling at this place. If you really want to be true shield guard, being a hero or sacrificing your lives are not the qualities you need. But you, son, you must learn to survive. Only then could you appear at places that need you most, and you must place the shield before you and help the others survive? Exactly. You actually listen during class. The most basic tactic of the shield guard wall. You stand side by side to shelter the others and help them live. We do not care if they're trying to save their skins, inheriting a legacy, or getting ready for an effective tactical counterstrike. That's a truly empowering Instructor Corson. Basha, say something. I mean, Murav and I will both become shield guards. We shall serve in your banner. I shall look forward to the day when I fight along your side. This does make me think. Do reconveners age normally? Because obviously Pog doesn't look that old. But like here, you know, Pog was fighting with their dads. And now he's like instructing them. But he's also still like an active combatant, I'm pretty sure. How old is this guy? You know? This just gives me the vibe of like, it's been quite a few years. Unless their dads died real, but like, yeah. Because they were hearing about Pog when they were kids. And now they're at least adults. So they're, you know, fighting. So I wonder how they age. It is also true that he's an elder. That's also true, yes. He's a hippogriff. So he would age probably somewhat slower. But it does make me think still. Makes me think. Summary of the Battle of Blank by the TGCC United Services Research Center. Esteemed representatives attending this joint session of TGCC concerns and corporations. I'm Tanner Oregon, a special observer and battle asset insurance agent. Ah yes, insurance agent, my beloved. Here to give you a report on the Battle of Blank, which I witnessed and experienced as an observer embedded with the Order of Steel Oath. High intensity conflict between the Order of Steel Oath and the Northern Angloid host resulted in severe losses of military assets. Contributed by all signatories of the Banter Corps. Primary asset losses incurred by the Order include 31 pieces of artillery walkers and other heavy UAVs for reinforcing a number of defense zones. For details, please refer to Banter Annex A3 provided next to you. Obviously, the sudden appearance of the unknown entity forced the Order to stop their offensive against the Aurora, but I would like to remind all esteemed representatives that all losses incurred in this offensive strongly prove our willingness to further our partnership and provision of unconditional aid to the Order. Once we assist the Order with their construction of industrial production facilities, the North will only need more goods from our various companies. Capitalism! Healthy chance that the current model of bulk equipment purchase will give way to a new paradigm of multi-tier technology and intellectual property partnership, one that is far more beneficial to our interests. Capitalism, hell yes. During this battle, I was embedded with a banner that was part of the main offensive. We approached the bridge and made our way towards a forward fort. However, unassisted vision was unable to pinpoint the exact location of the fort as the massive Angloid host blanketed the entire topography. This ended when the banner commander Corson, the one who had been most uninhibited in expending military assets, began his attack on the other side of the Angloid host. Shield guards advanced in formation, pushed the battle lines over the ridge, and deployed signal flares at the high grounds to help the fort artillery to direct their firing. During this time that the unknown entity, the very one that blunted the other banner offensives, reappeared at the bottom of the Aurora. Esteemed representatives, I would like to take this moment to voice a consensus that I have reached with the Order of Steel Oaths. Under no circumstances can we allow any entity of its type to enter densely populated areas. So, back to the top, okay, there's some foreshadowing some very nasty Angloid. When the entity reappeared, I was in the relative safety of a forward command center. However, the aether activities triggered by the said entity had rendered my recording devices inoperable. At this moment of desperation, Corson led his banner of shield guards and attacked from the very front. Shield guards raised their shields and pushed the advance with steadfast determination and valiance. I'm afraid I would not describe what I saw text in an objective manner. I saw red flashes hewing apart the greatest Angloid, turning them into silent headstones. Every hole that appeared in the bastion of iron shields was quickly sealed by another shield guard. After 47 minutes of brutal battle, Corson and his shield guards managed to carve a path right through the Angloid host and besiege the unknown entity that was responsible for killing hundreds of the Oathkeeper's best soldiers. In a single exchange, Corson split the statuesque carapace right through the median plane. Strange matter encased within the unknown entity attempted escape by ejecting itself into the air. However, fire rained down from the skies as steam vented from the gaps in the armor. Final throes of resistance were extinguished at long last. Steam vented from the gaps in the armor. Steam Knight? Steam Knight? Wait a minute. Isn't everything that... I'm not sure about the whole operator disconnected thingy. That part I'm not sure on yet. It is like... But is it like... With the strange manner in case... Okay, wait, because... Yeah, managed to carve a path with the Angloid host and besiege the unknown entity that was responsible for killing hundreds of the Oathkeeper's best soldiers. But this is talking about killing the Angloid. But no, they're calling it the Angloid is the unknown entity here. And then there's like unknown entity attempted to escape by ejecting itself into the air. Oh, but no, but yeah, it is never mind, huh? Never mind. Look, this is the Angloid. No, the unknown entity is not necessarily an Angloid. It's just because they say carapace. They say carapace, so I was like, well, that's like an Angloid. It's a carapace, but I guess it could still be. But yeah, it is like. Esteemed representatives, the Order of Steel has proved that indispensably through this battle. Our support is more than just supporting the spirit of ultrism espoused by the band records. Towards the crucial strategic resilience of the Northern Front. Our objective of this report is to clarify that the actual legacy of the Order lies not within their vault of relics, but amongst key personnel like Corson. Value of these individuals cannot be appraised, and neither could they be traded. However, heroes of the band will be a most valuable investment opportunity for the TGCC. That is without question. Heroes of the band. Okay, is it like, is it Steam Knight, or is it like, what exactly? It's a weird one. Weird individual or entity. Matt Gorodov. I've seen this name countless times in new WST art films before my actual visit. She's the heart of the United Workers Syndicate of Talos 2. Okay, Matt Gorodov, the city. replete with massive command towers that scrape the skies and integrated city plate construction yards. Used from the nomadic cities that I've seen in my memory. Solid and absolutely gargantuan. Yeah. This is the closest thing we have indeed to a nomadic city. Essentially a nomadic city on Talos, which is the UWSD headquarters. No, because that's a different one. That's Simonch. There's Matt Gordov and then there's Simonch as well. When I entered the city, the first thing I saw was not awe-inspiring industrial megastructures, no, it was crewmates. Okay, Matgorodov is the city, and then Simonch is just like the land or like the mothership or whatever. But I guess they're separate, yeah. First thing I saw was not awe-inspiring industrial megastructures, no, it was crewmates carrying building materials and rushing toward their workstations. Crew never seemed exhausted, and they labored to transport the lifeblood of the city to the very corner. Every inch of the concrete bore the prints of their hands. Did not seek the service of a local guide as I intended to satisfy my curiosities myself. Instead, I chose to shadow a crewmate who had just concluded his day of labor, and I followed him into a massive minimalist building. After a bit of jostling, I arrived at the second floor of the main hall and sat myself down on a soft chair. And I only realized at the moment that I was in a crew theater. The crewmate who just finished his shift had already changed into his costume and became an opera performer. Did not succeed in guessing the plot of the performance. They did not sing praises for the heroes of labor. Instead, it was a comedy that had critiqued bureaucracy. A crew of workers tacitly worked together and misled the corrupt official into discovering pure gold, something that does not exist on Talos 2. In the end, the official ate the bitter fruits of his greed. Of course, the workers remained the heroes of this tale, but these heroes were humorous and shared a boundless passion for a happy life. The show ended and I left the theater with various thoughts weighing heavily in my mind. It was then when a girl around 10 years of age and her twin brother realized who I was. An Oathkeeper, from the Order of Steel Oath, they squealed excitedly. Children stood in front of me and saluted me in the way of the Order. Their parents were and other workers pulled them away with some difficulty as they had an endless stream of questions that I find rather difficult to answer, but I could tell from their expression that these adults would have done the same as the children if they had been younger. Okay, first of all, this is him speaking. I had a dream before I left Rhodes Island, a dream of banquet. The children of army group nobility were dressed lavishly and kept under the watch of servants and governesses. Like intricate dolls meticulously prepared for show. The groomed children... Groomed? They're not groomed like that, just like normal. Exuded the same innocence and passion given off by the twins, but the gaze of these young nobles also carried something else. Was it family honor, or desire for power wielded by their elders? I could not tell, but I do know that the taint did not come from their own accord. I witnessed the taint transforming into ambition and shone with a cold glint of schemes and conspiracies. In the end, they became something that I could no longer recognize. After I left the theater, I trailed the streets of Margorodov on my own. Is that when the strange sense of freedom caught up to me? I still recall elite Imperial strikers following me in those great charges. The girl with erypathy, underground clinics reduced to ruins, crowds trying to make a living, and children playing with each other. These memories lingered somewhere within me, but they no longer weighed down on me. Clinic mentioned, by the way. The clinic. And also Imperial strikers as well. New milestone has been erected upon the grave of days long gone. I concluded my short tour of the city and quickly returned north. Beyond lies a battlefield where an entire generation fell. A place absent the dust of the old world nor grand blueprints for the new. A field of carnage where survival is the only objective. That is where we fight. Audio transcript recorded by an anonymous individual, currently archived at Rhodes Island. Gee, I wonder who it was though. Who could be the anonymous individual? Also, we're gonna teleport to Dijon because my fucking my PC is fucking blasting its fans for like no reason. Because I'm sitting in Wuling, so it's still like rendering Wuling in the background when we're just looking at a fucking menu. Also, I have production assists. Is this Mac? It is! Wow. Oh my god, it's more fucking sevens, man. It's more sevens, man. Stop. It'll never fucking end, man. We have credits. Let me refresh. Oh. Fucking sevens, man. Okay, right back to here.
Let's go over the battle plan once more, shall we?
Oh no, profile, sorry. Nothing, this was mostly like, there wasn't a huge amount on kind of Pog him. Well, I mean a little bit, but not like very directly of Pog himself. It was a lot about the Steel Oath, which obviously makes sense. And then like little bits and pieces. Not lots of like internal look into Pog, you know? Yeah, because then there's audio logs, obviously, which are like a separate thing. Where these are a little awkward because it's like, obviously there's the voice lines, so it's like, do I let the voice lines play? Or because I can read a lot faster than the voice lines play. I mean, these are like, these are like whatever. These actually are separate,
On
okay.
the battlefield or elsewhere, this is an honor. Thank you for your trust, Administrator. I'll prove
Signing,
that this
greeting,
trust is well
idle
placed through
chatter.
my
Yeah, it's
actions
idle
and
chatter, trust dialogues, and chats. Oh, then all the topics. Actually, quite a few topics.
The Jung is much larger than I
Oh, this is
expected,
these ones, okay.
but I hardly spent any time familiarizing myself with its the automated industry complex.
I'm gonna go through this a little bit quickly. If there's something actually interesting in, then I'll look at it closer. Or like let it play.
The suit of Terran military industrial machine. The arsenal engineers of Endfield are truly impressive. They managed to complete
Glazing
every
Dijon. These are all Dijon glazing.
training program for you.
Little dodge.
The content is practical and the difficulty curve is well balanced. Before
Fucking
you
little
were
dodge.
awakened, I hadn't taken part directly in Endfield operations for
Oh, okay.
years. To me, whether I serve at Rhodes
Rhodes
Island, Endfield, or the Order of Steel Oath makes no difference. I only want to
Rhodes Island.
protect what I believe is worth protecting. And this time, I shall advance and never retreat. Every time I look out over Talos 2, I feel a surge of inspiration. Massive swarms of abominations capable of engulfing the entire planet are forced into cauldrons in the auroral north. Mere soldiers of flesh and blood,
Flesh and
with
blood.
brick and mortar that held the enemy in check. This is one of the Oathkeeper's greatest military feats, an undeniable proof that we are worthy of the immense responsibility of preserving civilization. After leaving Rhodes Island,
dialogues?
I first visited the industrial mothership of the UWST. For some reason, I wanted to see what fruits a certain chapter of history had borne in this land. When I laid eyes on that indomitable city, I was deeply moved. If the children of Ursus can leave the past behind,
A little weird for being inspired by
start
seeing hordes of
things anew,
enemies.
and achieve
It's kind of
their own
motivating. It's
feats
like, well,
of
I mean, better do
glory,
something about that shit.
then I, Korshun, have no reason to hesitate any longer. Military life with the Oathkeepers has taught me 3 lessons. First,
Never push your luck.
trust your comrades. During my time with the Oathkeepers, I reorganized and trained the Shield Guards. The idea took shape on
Oh.
the night before I reached...
Oh,
the
Mirkwood. Okay,
Oathkeepers'
Mirkwood is
battle
Sami stuff. Okay.
complex. Massive structures rose in the shadow of the mountains. Sammy's Mirkwood stretched out in the darkness, as if dark green flames...
Sami's
screamed along the
Mirkwood is
riverbanks.
Sami stuff.
Countless
Also, it just says straight up
pillars
Sami's
rose,
Mirkwood.
forming a wall that held back
That
the
bitch
enemy
really
from the
did
north.
come over from through the portal onto Talos, huh?
And I forged another shield for them. I believe these soldiers will never break.
That loony.
Halagor is more like a mentor and friend.
Oh,
I've come to
the name
understand
jump
his
scare.
regrets and guilt, and I've learned from his thoughts and skills. There is no Halagor, the Ursan general here. Only Korshun of Rhodes
Korshun.
Island and Endfield. At times I feel grateful I have no past to weight me down. Other times I feel мучительное одиночество. If what
Russian.
I'm protecting turns out
Suddenly
to be
Russian.
another empty ideal, then it's no different from the hollow glory of the Ursus Empire.
And the hollow glory of the Ursus
I
Empire
hope
mentioned as well.
that You'll be one to give me an answer.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not surprised that the later trust
And
dialogues
it
also
is
have,
my
like,
solemn
you
wish
know,
that your
Helogr stuff
vision is
mentioned
fulfilled,
directly.
That everyone at Rhodes
Still identifies as
Island
Rhodes.
can return to
Well,
a
that's because
life of
all the
peace and
reconveners
common joys.
come from
That
Rhodes.
the Oathkeepers can finally beat their swords to...
Because Rhodes Island does exist on
enjoy
Talos.
the company of their loved ones. And that life can finally sink its roots deep into this ancient planet. I look forward
Actually,
to
it's a
celebrating
moon.
every victory with you and your friends. Even in the face of a devastating defeat, I pray that you will survive by any means necessary.
Survivor's
If
Guild?
you do, then everything I've done will be worth it.
Yeah, it is a fun that he sees Helliger as like I like this dialogue a lot because it's indeed like it's like, oh, this is how he sees like the memories and sort of the original of himself.
The youth of Op Team Z7 are truly impressive. They've only received basic military training, but managed to develop I worked all kinds of jobs in the north. Besides
Quartermaster and
being
drill
a
instructor.
commander, I also
Milk
dabbled
new
as a
breeds of sister
quartermaster and
beasts.
drill
Made
instructor.
great. He made wine?
Forged weapons, milked new breeds of sister beasts.
Can we have some?
And even made grape wine. What is a soldier's honor? I'm afraid even I cannot give a definitive answer. But should you ever visit, the Grand Treasurer manages a massive vault of legacies. They include not only
Unrestorable
relics
Terra
of Oathkeeper
technologies.
legends, but also currently
Also there's precursors
unrestorable
mentioned.
Terra technologies and mysterious artifacts of the precursors. I was once given the chance to choose a relic to wield, but I refused.
There's a couple. It was somewhere else as well where they mentioned like these relics and maybe it was in some of the weapon lore from earlier betas.
My own glorious legacy.
They mentioned these relics. I'm interested in these relics as well. That like the Order has them, and then also the Cabal of Tranquility like has them because the Cabal like researches the relics and the precursor relics and stuff like that. So like interesting, you know. Like we're, you know, at some point we're gonna get a character who wields one of the relics, and they're gonna be like really fucking good and so on, right?
Most of the time, Oathkeepers are fighting Angeloi, Anchors, and the disasters caused by ether side activities. But there have been extremely rare occasions where we faced inexplicable phenomena. Traces of giant creatures, witness reports of peculiar individuals.
Peculiar individuals.
This is why I immediately requested to return to Endfield when I heard the Endmen had been awakened.
Giant creature. I mean, that could be Fahrenheit-ish. Do we have topics?
The North is actually quite different from what most people imagine.
Bustling hubs of commerce and entertainment. Whoa!
The Keepers' fortresses have become bustling hubs of commerce and entertainment. People became accustomed to constant war and have created a rather vibrant.
Yes,
way
I
of
want to go
life.
to the north.
Outside
It's true.
the
So let me actually
fortresses,
move us
the
up a little bit.
Sanity built settlements
covering
in
the text
Mirkwood
line.
to preserve their ancient knowledge and culture. Their
Le
caravans
Mirkwood.
would often travel between the fortresses and the forest. Andman, you should pay the North a visit. Industrial Mothership, the largest city of the UWST, now goes by many names and aliases. But I know
Oh, never mind.
her
Is it, okay,
name
is
was
it the same
silent
place?
when she was still
Simonchen
in
Matgorodov
Terra.
is the same one.
She sank in a lake under
Okay,
the
Simonchen was still in
tyrannical
Terra.
rule of the Ursa's empire. I still don't know why the Empire salvaged her afterwards. Know why they repurposed that ruined city into
Largest
an
nomadic
exclave
city
in
on
a
Talos
foreign
2.
world.
And probably one of the very few nomadic cities on
Nevertheless,
Talos 2.
She is now the largest nomadic city on Talos 2, and a spiritual symbol for many.
They fit an entire landship through the Stargate piece by piece. I don't think it had to be piece by piece. Or well, okay, nomadic city might have to be piece by piece, because a landship, however, something the size of Rhodes Island can actually just fit through the Stargate. It's quite large.
When I first chose my shield guards, I saw a motley of trainees even younger than me. My first task was to strip away their aggression, for they are guards and not attackers. Next, I taught them every tactic I knew, so they not only defend.
This is similar
but
to some of the
become
stuff we had in the
front
like,
line itself.
same stuff that was in
Finally, I
the
made sure that they
profile
mastered
files.
survival. But in that regard, I've always felt that I haven't done enough. Sacrifice is never the objective. It is a last resort for the sole purpose of avoiding more sacrifices. I've heard stories about Miss Amber, a most
Oh,
remarkable
Ember, man.
warrior.
Topic Ember.
Her assignment to the south wasn't just about rebuilding her squad. Her commander wanted to give her a chance to lead a normal life. I believe you have noticed this already, Endman. Sadly, she is unlikely to appreciate the meaning of this generosity.
This last line is fucked
A
up.
soldier who could make peace with their past would never have gone so far as she has.
Oh. Oh.
Contrary to what people say, the Samifield are not xenophobes.
What?
It is true that for more than a century, they've been living under the lingering protection left
Lingering
behind
protection?
by their old father. Yet they generously offer help to travelers who respect Sami traditions. The Cyclops once gifted Sami's teeth to the Seshkamem to power the floating bastion. The Snow Priests are also more
Sami, okay, so Sami, I mean, Sami does seem to have be then dead in some form.
It is clear that the Samifield have found their own way of embracing a new life on Talos 2, while preserving their heritage.
Also, as one of the people the Sami are based off of, no, they're not xenophobes, they just don't want to talk to you. They don't know you. You're a stranger, why would I talk to you? It's not racism, that's just not talking to people. If we get a Sami region Endfield before a Sami event, we've had an entire roguelike based on the Sami. And it also came with a vignette event. The Typhon event is also, is combined with the roguelike, but
You might find that.
okay, these are like whatever. These are just yeah. These you hear when you play them. Yep. Okay. Shall we grab obviously
Originally on what car?
Okay, these are very short. Endmin very short, huh? Endmin gender, authentication, diobit, race. You remember nothing. Your memory's lying fragments like dream crushed to dust. They're shipping at the slightest thought. Sometimes it makes you unsettled, sometimes uneasy, yet it grants you a quiet moment to breathe and think. Most of the time, however, there's no pause for doubt. You simply just trust those before you and press on. Perhaps you've tucked your past memories away, even if just for a little while. And so you remember nothing. Oh, tuck them away, not just forgotten? You have a human resources summary. You have lived through all of Talos 2's history. But what will you make of its future? And truly all of its history. Do you, however, have... Well, because you don't have trust files. Do you have topic files? You don't. They're hiding it from us. And your gender is just whatever Endman feels like that day. We'll focus the reconveners. We started with Pog, so we'll just focus the reconveners.
Stay sunny for this.
Natural lore. Drop a plum bob that points straight to the hearts of this land. Mountain hiker. Through aching days, she labors hard to register the summit of the rocky outcrop. Pastry chef. Lava cake. Such poetic hobbies and whatnot. Codename Ardelia, gender female. Authentication Rhodes Island, date of birth October 18. Capernaum. Representative. Ardelia is an expert geologist from Rhodes Island. She specializes in volcanic hazards and has made significant contributions to Talos 2's geological research. Now employed by Endfield, she spends much of her time conducting site investigation. She is one of those rare minds at the forefront of scientific discovery. What sets her apart isn't just her expertise, but her perseverance, fearless spirit, and above all, her genuine love for science and unquenchable curiosity. Without dedicated researchers like her, we might never truly understand the world we live in. Often find her venturing out alone, collecting samples, studying geological structures, and transforming observations into theories. Thanks to her efforts, Endfield has gained much deeper understanding of Talos 2's geology and the threats posed by the Blight. Her research has laid the groundwork for emergency plans in case of Blight outbreaks. I have a great respect for Ardelia, for her humility, grace, and unwavering sense of purpose. As if she carries an endless well of strength, always certain of the path she must follow. Marvin Malin. Mr. Dolly's game! Yes! Dolly! Shortly after joining Endfield, Ardelia visited a blight-ravaged sector of Talos 2. The geological disaster had treaded a once peaceful settlement, leaving fissures that pulsed with residual energy. Survivors bore wounds beyond the physical, their eyes hollow with the kind of trauma only disaster refugees know. Oui. Ardelia stayed at the shelter for a while. The wounded, crowded steel cots, limbs lost, eyes vacant, voices severed by trauma. White curtains divided their suffering as medical monitors pulsed like weary hearts. Such very fun descriptions. Having a good fun time. Ardelia worked tirelessly, organizing supplies, changing bandages, murmuring, "I understand your sorrow," to the wounded, until a voice, serrated with grief, cut through. "You don't understand." I think this I read at some point, like a portion of this. It was a young girl, small but fierce. She forced the words through gritted teeth. "You stand straight. Your steps don't falter. No disaster has carved its mark into you." This young girl speaks weird. The girl turned away, her voice fraying at the edges. Stop pretending. Maybe you've been sick, but you healed. That's luck we'll never taste. Our stories end in the same sentence: lifelong pain. So when you say you understand, is that pity's cheap coin? Spare us. This young girl fucking speaks like a poet. Ardelia stood there in her research coat, ponytail precise, step steady, and eyes bright. Virginium had scoured the reconvener's illness away, attuning her to wind whispers and microscopic fractures in stone. Well, first of all, okay, this is kind of indeed confirmation that yes, reconveners, that illness, gone. Yet here, before those still drowning in pain, her engineered perfection rendered her mute. Ooh, engineered perfection. Ooh. 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 And tuning her to wind whispers and microscopic fractures in stone when, you know, previously she was going deaf and blind. When darkness fell upon the land, Mr. Dolly appeared, trotted between beds and corridors, leaving chaos in its wake, toppling medicine cabinets, upending tea trays, kicking a freshly filled hot water bottle beneath pillows. Nurses cursed the sudden swelter. Children shrieked about something furry burrowing under their blankets. Ardelia chased Mr. Dolly into an old break room where she tugged at a canvas sheet to reveal a dust-choked piano. Stomped the keys, a discordant chime that jolted Ardelia into clarity. Ardelia approached, brushing away the dust. The yellowed keys stared back, a few bass notes dissonant but functional. She sat, fingertips tracing a tentative sequence of Lathanian arpeggios into the stale air. First piece, second, and as the third began, soft footsteps whispered from the hallway's depths. Mr. Dolly lay curled nearby, a silent cushion of warmth. Children nestled against its fur, their breath sinking with Ardelia's piano as the notes wove through the stale air. The young girl came in as well, perching quietly in the farthest corner. "Still hurts," she murmured. "When you play, the world becomes something worth enduring." This young child really is a poet. What the hell? Okay, I mean, is this when, or is this, well, I guess we'll see. I wonder if this was when Mr. Dolly appeared first time, or, you know. Mr. Dolly's game, too. Geology of Talos 2, unlike the volcanoes she knew, brimming with the vitality of expansion, eruption, and flow, and unlike the volcanoes she knew, you know. Under erosion, it showed more of corrosion, withering, and consumption. Rock layers lost their logic, the earth as if diseased, its skin peeled away, veins twisted, some areas warped by aberration. Ardelia came to study the blight to keep pace with its unpredictable spread. She often ventured into high-risk zones alone, turning her life into lists of tasks. She started to speak less, no longer weaving her thoughts into poetry. Her voice grew quieter, meals were often forgotten, and at night her fists clenched unconsciously in her sleep. Things she had fought so hard to protect, her eyes, her ears, the rhythm of her pulse, now filled her with a quiet unease. The health she had regained was slowly being eroded by an unseen dread. How much time do I have left? She wondered. It wasn't death she feared, it was a desperate race against the crumbling of the strange new land. Until that day, Mr. Dolly leapt out from a shallow pit. Okay, so Dolly just appears every now and then. He knocked over her rock hammer and snatched the instrument case. Ardelia followed, shouting in vain. They ran farther and further, off route, off plan. She was supposed to be surveying a newly formed blight rift, but instead she found herself in a quiet valley sheltered by cliffs. A vast outcrop of columnar igneous rock stretched before her. Hexagonal pillars rose from the ground like piano keys. Piano again? Beneath her feet lay ancient volcanic ruins, so well preserved it was as if time had paused. I really like this piano. Of course, there's some piano. There's a crazy piano solo also. Well, actually, no, that's not Dolly's song that has the piano solo. That was a different event. The familiar spark kindled in her heart once more. Ardelia knelt down, pulled out her notebook, and began to sketch. Not for a mission, not for data, but simply because it was beautiful and captivating. That evening, Ardelia and Mr. Dolly made camp nearby. A cool breeze whispered through the air as stars rose between the jagged rock spires. Mr. Dolly, curled at her feet, let out a sneeze, sending her pen cap tumbling into the grass. "No!" "You led me here on purpose, didn't you?" Mr. Dolly didn't answer, rolled over and tapped her boot with its leg. You think I've stopped being myself, that all I do now is worry, racing against the blight. But I'm scared too, scared that if I slow down even for a moment, it'll be too late. She ran her fingers along Mr. Dolly's back and closed her eyes. Warmth of its fur against her palm was so comforting that for the first time, she slept soundly and sweetly under the open sky. Next morning, she logged in her journal. Ancient volcanic ruins discovered in the northeast, columnar joints well preserved. Led here by Mr. Dolly, reconnected with my love for geology. Mood, content. Note to self, slow down, stay healthy. Dolly's babysitting her. Like, girl, you need to take it easy. You need to, like, refocus a little. Siesta. Gazing out at the glistening coastline and distant skyscrapers, a long-forgotten name came to Ardelia's mind. Siesta, a volcanic city wrapped in warm memories. But this was La Fantoma, the gem of Ban, the gilded city of Talos II. As a renowned geologist, Ardelia was invited to speak at a major academic forum on order in the new geological ecology of Talos II. She had only planned to deliver a standard presentation, but to her surprise, her speech caused quite a stir. Corporate representatives quickly surrounded her, sharing blueprints for new industrial park and asking for her thoughts. Senior researchers eagerly shared their latest findings, hoping to spark potential collaborations with Ardelia. Even government officials had brought thick binders and invited her to join their next major project. Just like that, acquired field research had become the star of a show. Researcher. What began as simple handshakes soon turned into warm compliments. An inspiration to us all. In the elevator, someone stopped Ardelia with a notebook, asking for an autograph to hang in his lab. Crosswalks kids would shout, "I want to be a scientist too." Even a street vendor handed her a soda, saying, "My nephew loves geology. Got any book recommendations?" "A soda from a Dolly event." At first, Ardelia found it moving. She nodded politely to every earnest face, patiently answered each well-meaning question, but slowly exhaustion crept in. She didn't resent these people, nor did she dislike their attention. It was just, she wasn't ready to be known. After a grueling 3-hour round table, she pushed open the door and ran. She passed a giant poster of herself labeled "Young Female Scientist Role Model" and vanished into the crowd. Oh. Suddenly famous. That's when she realized Mr. Dolly was gone. No one knew what it was or where it had gone. In a shopping mall, a woman screamed about something fluffy bumping into her. On a rooftop, a flower bed was trampled flat by something pink. Someone even posted a blurry photo of something round darting over the ticket gate, carrying a bag of cotton candy. Ardelia tracked these clues and searched half the city. Her shoes were thin, mud clung to her skirt, and a headache crept over her. Nearly out of breath, she stumbled out of a side alley and stopped. There was a patch of untouched wilderness at the city's edge, untamed, bursting with wildflowers. Sea breeze carried their fragrance in gentle waves. And there lay Mr. Dolly, sprawled at the heart of it all, motionless as the earth itself. "What are you even doing here?" Ardelia asked, half frustrated, half amused. Mr. Dolly didn't answer. He just rolled over lazily. Ardelia walked over and sat beside him. Then she switched off her handy term. The meetings, the obligations, all of it could wait. After all, nothing suits a geologist better than the open wild. I'm not sure if... No, La Fantoma isn't Colombia's, I think. It would almost be... I mean, you think it almost would be closer to, like... Yeah, like Bolivar's or something. Or indeed, like, the Siesta equivalent. We don't really know what exactly would be like more... I mean, it could be Colombia, but not really. And yeah, this Dolly is obviously like... Is it the Dolly or one of the Dollies? Or... Because it does say Mr. Dolly instead of just like... Because this is not Dolly. This is just one of the sheep. This is not Dolly. Mr. Dolly's Game 4. The day Ardelia boarded Dijong with her sample box, she realized something was missing. Where's Mr. Dolly? Invisible to most people, this fluffy creature was already happily wandering around Dijong. In plain sight, Shahi bowed apologetically to the empty space and said, "My sincere apologies. I did not mean to step on you, noble invisible being." "What? Oh, she knows?" "Something just barks in here. Who licked half the hot pot soup base?" The canteen buzzer surprise shouts. "Who changed my alarm sound to ba ba ba? Oh no, I'm gonna be late for sword practice. Must be a ghost, and it's pink. Ooh, I'm calling dibs." Yvonne dashed down the hallway excitedly. When Ardelia arrived, she found the administrator crouched by the door, slowly extending a hand as if waiting for some silent consent. Mr. Dolly gazed at the administrator a moment before leaning in, letting the fingers sink into its thick wool without a word. That devout sister pays little mind to anything beyond the pursuit of wisdom. This cheerful chef? Chef? Oh, he hides weightier thoughts behind that grin. Don't mistake his ease for carelessness, not until his burdens are settled. Girl who dreams of being a master pugilist. Well, will she wake from those dreams, or will she bend the world to match them? So that was Chen, probably. And the only one who shares my shade of pink. She's already found her path, already happy. On the bridge, Ardelia sat with Mr. Dolly beside her. Beyond the viewport, stars flickered like distant lanterns, and Dijong itself slumbered in the quiet dark, silent giant adrift in the cosmos. As for the masked one, Mr. Dolly flicked its ears and left out a soft, satisfied bah, as if saying, you can trust the administrator. Yeah, pugilist is hand-to-hand combat, I think, as well. So... But then it's also, I'm going to be late for sword practice, so like... I don't know why she's saying pugilist. He, Dolly. In New Rankwood, that New Rankwood at the very least is at least somewhat Columbia. Obviously, it's like a specific spot of Columbia, but... Then we have audio logs. Down to, I guess, idle chatter as well, yeah.
When walking around Dijong, Professor, there are all sorts of warning signs aboard the ship, and I keep tripping over them.
Autism.
I just couldn't notice. I can see plenty of sites that I personally prospected from aboard Dijong. The wildlands, the prairies, and the north. Seems so Professor, interested in the reading group I'm organizing tomorrow? What are we sharing? Oh, it can be anything.
There is volcanoes on Talos too as well.
You must be hungry after all that work, Professor.
Higashini's.
Oh,
Akakuri gave them, okay.
That Miss Akikori gave me.
I had some already. Why is this unopened? Miss Akakori gave me another box. Liar. Liar.
Why, haven't you noticed, Professor? You're always out in the front, like you're trying to shield us from whatever danger's ahead. Sometimes
on the nose?
I even had to jog a little just to keep up with you. Maybe you don't have to go so fast.
No, I'm in a hurry. I must optimize.
We're right here with you. Every trip back to Dijong is so relaxing. When I'm not sharing stories of my trip with my colleagues, I'll visit the growth chambers and see how the little plants are doing. I'll even give them some tender, loving. Okay,
but in my Dijong, Ardelia is never in the growth chamber because she has like the best reception room bonus.
Seeing them grow. Professor, are you all right? You look really tired.
No. Rocks can't get tired. It's fine.
Don't tell me you stayed up all night again. Come on. Stop nipping the professor's clothes, Mr. Dolly.
Dolly,
So
eat clothes.
They're just so mischievous.
Any team to go with her, with Gilberta? Gibby can fit in a lot of different teams. Almost any arts team can use Gibby.
Mr. Dolly only show themselves when they want to be seen. Is Mr. Dolly the sovereign? No, Mr. Dolly isn't a name for...
Okay, now Mr. Dolly isn't a name for anyone in particular since they're a flock of dollies. Oh, okay. Yeah, right, because... First of all, just straight up asking her, is Mr. Dolly the sovereign?
Mr. Dolly, I know you can talk.
Okay, so indeed, apparently... His teams too? Well, not normal and not fully physical teams. Gibby doesn't really work for fully physical teams, like properly, other than the fact that yes, she can gather people, but you can't trigger her combo, which is like her main interaction with physical. And yeah, she said that there's like Mr. Dolly isn't the name for anyone in particular, so they're a flock of dollies. Like Mr. Dolly isn't the sovereign, so it's like, is the sovereign fucking gone, or is just, you know, the sovereign not here, you know?
I climbed another mountain today. The geological compass helped me ascertain the orientation and gradient of the rock strata.
Climb more mountains.
Helped me gather sedimentary rock samples for optical and texture
rock
studies.
autist.
Having friends by
she loves her rocks.
Such a festive moment feels so good.
Festive moment? What festive?
This reminds me of that time when I first arrived
welcoming
at
party.
Endfield. People threw a welcoming party for me filled with all
like, but when did she arrive?
Like,
when did she arrive?
The sweets, the flowers, and the joy. What is the ether side? question keeps coming to mind. If the universe has
We're not
such
alone.
plenty in store
Ominous.
for us, is there anything I can do to help everyone? You're thinking the same thing, Professor?
You can take "We're not alone" very ominously.
We're not alone.
Oh yeah, that's an ominous "We're not alone." That's not a "We're not alone." That's a "We're not alone." Oh no.
Your voice is so soothing, Professor. Oh, I meant nothing else by that. It's just...
She can hear! She can
You know
hear!
how when waking from a dream, sounds always reach you before the sights? Prior to my
She
eyes
can
falling
hear.
upon your face, it is your footsteps and your voice that touch my ears first.
And see, yeah, she can see as well. But she can hear real good.
Living
She hear
things
very
make
good.
Their own voices, be
They really did.
insects,
They love reminding us that like
trees or plants. The voices move
she used to
me.
be real deaf
They're
and
why
real
I've
blind.
decided to protect the world we all love. Everyone at Endfield is incredibly kind. Miss Yvonne would always share her latest scientific findings and new vinyl records with me. Miss Akekori would always invite me to the usual place for afternoon tea.
Mr.
And
Antal.
of course, there's Mr. Antal. He told me he could modify my staff into a highly portable prospecting tool and embellish it with a
Fucker hadn't
suite
pulled
of
him away
wondrous
after 3 hours. He
features.
probably would have spent the entire day explaining every detail. He wasn't even modifying. He was just explaining it.
He probably would have spent the entire day.
Okay, but I feel like they
explaining
almost would get together, like, or like they work decently. They're both, you know, a little.
Field geological surveyors enjoy a great deal of freedom.
Like classic, the lack of funds.
The lack of funds can be quite frustrating at times. To acquire funding, I would give seminars and lectures.
Most companies
at
except for
various
Endfield weren't interested in early warning systems for
hoping that
geological
my faith and
disasters.
vision could be persuasive
Oh,
enough.
the Siesta Group?
Most companies, except for Endfield, weren't interested in early warning
It's just straight up
systems
called the
for geological
Siesta Group.
disasters. But when the Siesta Group heard about my research, they stepped in with unconditional sponsorship.
Fateful encounter is part of my
I
heritage.
know why they're being so generous. Perhaps this fateful encounter is part of my heritage.
Is that how she sees Adele? Is like heritage?
I once traveled with an alder tone from the Hannabit circuit. She sang such beautiful Hannah songs and told me about the alder tone who guided her.
Now, through her
Everyone
Hannah
on
that
the
I found my own
circuit
purpose and
dwell upon
motivation.
this land, so they have a deep respect for those
This is
who
the trip I
stay.
made before I found my true
Like
calling
us.
upon Talos too. Okay, so she's also indeed a reconvener who has like found
She told
her
me that.
purpose.
But honestly, it was through her Hannah that I found my own purpose and motivation. Another tear in my clothes? Oh, it's okay.
I mean,
really.
there was
I
a
can
comic
stitch
of
up
this.
again.
She keeps tearing her clothes because
Days
she's
are always
like,
a bit rough on clothes anyway. I have
she's
to
too
climb
focused
mountain
on
peaks for
going
really
around
rest.
gathering rocks and whatnot, so she
The
keeps ripping her
jagged
clothes
rocks
and
are
stuff.
Not very gentle. But that feeling when you're so close to your goal, sometimes it makes you forget just
Doesn't just
how
wake him
risky
up and hand
each
him a
step
contract.
can be. Please don't worry, Professor. I'll be more careful next time.
Topic, ether side.
Is something entirely new we have to face in Talos too. There are theories describing it as a unique physical phenomenon, while others regard it as a strange spatial and temporal dimension. But I have this feeling that it's a forgotten and dusty room filled with old things that nobody cared about anymore. Professor,
Ominous.
maybe the ether side has something to do with our origins.
Ominous.
I came from Rhodes Island, where I received all kinds of training
Rhodes Island.
and lessons that helped me build my own identity. I had no blood relations, childhood, nor past to call my own.
A fucked up way to be born, by the way.
Rhodes Island
Born,
taught
like,
us
fully
how to
conscious,
live
but,
and
you know.
understand ourselves. Professor, Rhodes Island is my home. And they all told me that it was yours as well.
Multiple homes?
Mr. Dolly is actually quite lively. I just can't figure out why it won't show itself to other people. It's invisible.
What do you mean? I see it right now. Look,
but
it's right
it
there.
loves playing with you. What's Mr. Dolly doing now? Well, it's trying to sit on your... Oh dear. Mr. Dolly, stop it. Stop messing around with the professor.
He sit on my face! Ah!
Well,
I don't see anything.
Mr. Dolly for you. We met on a quite ordinary day, and then it decided to stick around and never left me ever since.
That's how Mr. Dolly works, it's true.
Miss Yvonne is an incredible scientist. When I first arrived in Endfield, she shared tons of important info to get me.
I love her music. So true. Her the Adele event has good music. That's where it comes from.
Researchers in our field. And to top it off, we both share a love for music.
It's not fair.
I'm into lighter melodies, and she's into faster, heavier beats. She still gave me several albums of La Fente. I've once witnessed a giant Originium cluster
Topic Talos 2.
swallowed up and broken down by the blight that rose like an ocean tide. Nothing was left but a barren valley. A tusk beast survived the disaster and returned to its home, alone and confused. The ether side and the blight are like anathemas of each other. While
The fuck was an anathema again?
precariously along the edge for survival. From Originium I was born.
It's true.
And thus I felt compelled to learn about the ether. My only wish is to make this
Did they
world a
fuck up
safer
something here?
home
Wait.
for everyone.
I think they fucked up here. I think they fucked up the voice line. Or the text is wrong. Anathema is supposed to be like a... Someone or something intensely disliked or loathed, usually in the phrase of anathema, like one that is accursed by banner curse only pronounced by denunciation of something as accursed, vigorous denunciation. Because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be... It says Etherside and Blight are an anathema to each other, which they're not. They're from the fucking same thing. It's supposed to be either Etherside and Originium, or the Blight and Originium are anathemas to each other.
Giant Originium cluster swallowed up and broken down.
Because there's the Etherside and the Blight are like anathemas of each other. No, no. They fucked up. It should be... One of these should be different. One of these should be Originium. Which then also makes the last text make a lot. From Originium was born, thus I felt compelled to learn about the ether. So probably it's supposed to be the ether side and Originium are like anathemas.
Like anathemas of each other, while we teeter
They fucked up.
precariously along the edge for survival.
They fucked up. They got the text wrong somewhere. Because it's not even just voice line, it's the actual text here as well that's wrong.
My only wish is to make
Whoopsie.
this world a safer home for everyone.
Whoopsie, they got it wrong. Whoopsie. Zero out of 10. 10 pulls, please. EOS right now.
Looking for me? You finally remember
Hello, Liv.
something?
Yeah, because it could be a translation mishap, or even in the original. I know, yeah, because that's the thing. We don't know if it's just EN translation or if it's if someone check it, then obviously, you know. Delia Tupus compensation. You know, hello, Lave. Did I read your files in beta 2? I'm not sure. I might have. I don't know. Or is it not Sviga Levi? But the is like the bonfire and purse the darkness. She's the destroyer, the annihilator, the defender. Situationalist intuition. It was in the woods of memories where she touched. And that was called Woods of Memories, not the Originium Woods. Where she touched the most realistic of illusions and the most unlikely of truths, and that was how she acquired her skills of observation. Creative collection of the weird. Only the most unique and interesting things deserve to be memorialized. Traveling vacation. Deserts are good, soft beds are great. Traveling is also pretty nice. I think I might have read some of Levitane's files. I mean, fucking date of birth, same as Endmin's. Yeah, I think I did read some of Lave's files. Recruiting an operator Levitane joined Endfield with administrator's direct recommendation. Well, yeah, because it happened like in her quest, seemingly. Okay, I'm here. We can begin. Quite cooperative during the initial phase of the interview, giving her signature. Yep, I'm already here. Doing job investigation testing of all the tried list of questions. Actually, you consider using a skill set. There's not anything but appeared obviously annoyed. In the end, Operator Levitane left with his final line. Just let me go to as many places as you can. Place that let me build as much memories as I can. Why is she a 190? Did I forget? I forgot to give her. What? Wait, I forgot to give her the last set of gifts. She's a 195. Where are you? How did I forget you? What the fuck?
I don't...
I should get a text message now as well, because she's at 200. I forgot.
Waiting for something.
Looking for me?
She pleased to learn that Levitane has returned with the administrator's help. Her return to proves that she has found a new objective and people whom she is willing to travel with. Extreme perfect desire and hope drove Levitane to step on the lands of Talos II. When he first sensed her existence, the light she gave off was bedazzling. I later realized that this light was emitted by her obsession, her innermost ego demanding the answer, who am I? Maybe I haven't read this, never mind. Led on by the said obsession, the fragments awakened and created a complete persona. She walked out of the Originium woods, new and intact, and arrived at Rhodes Island bearing the name Levitane. Thought she would immediately become one of our strongest assets and supporters, but she turned us down. Just like Surtur, who had always walked alone, no one can command Levitane or force her to stay in one place. She'll answer to no faction until she finds the answer to dispel her own miasma of amnesia. Hence, we decided to open the doors and give her our best farewells. Just fucking... okay, goodbye. Once I was worried that Levitane's choice would affect other reconveners, then I realized that they became reconveners because every one of them did not forget the old dream and vision. That is why they reconvened with you on this very same path. Now, this thought alone has lifted a stone off my chest. Since Levitane is currently an official Enfielder, final on your side, then allow me to share a few words of advice, based on my knowledge of her for getting along with her. Okay, no, I have read some of this. I think this text is by Worf, by the way. Firstly, accommodate and accept Levitane's straightforward nature. She often says whatever that comes to mind is not an act of hostility, malice, or rudeness. In fact, such words are a symbol of her sincere and undisguised attitude. For her to simply tell you what I'm thinking right now. Secondly, should Levitane exhibit obvious signs of fury or impatience, do not attempt to persuade her to calm down. Believe me, there are more effective means such as provision of ice cream or other things that can rapidly cool the situation. She dislikes being told what to do. Just a side note, before she left Rhodes Island, she took all the Crimsonberry ice cream from my lab freezer and ate them all right before my eyes, though it was the right thing to do. Thought you told me memories can lie, she said as she licked the spoon, so I better have more of this to make it as memorable as possible. Levitane marked her farewell with this action to ensure the veracity of the moment. She actually cares very deeply about her friends, far more deeply than most would like to think. Thirdly, Levitane is extremely similar to Surtur, but according to her temperament, do not tell her that she resembles Surtur. Also, do not tell her that she does not resemble Surtur. In fact, do not ever compare her to Surtur, unless she brings the topic up herself. Always remember this. Best wishes in your collective journey across Talos II, Rhodes Island. I'm assuming this is probably from Worf. But it just says, it's just signed as Rhodes Island, so like... Medical Division Service Log, Della Gray, Clinical Psychologist. Log 1. Surgeon Answorth has dispatched to the service in response to an emergency. This is my first time providing a psychotherapeutic service on my own ever since I joined Enfield. The detail of the job is to provide psychological evaluations for an onboarding operator. Hope this is the start of a beautiful relationship between us. I waited for 6 hours, but the operator did not show up. Log 2. I verified the records. Turns out the operator is a reconvener troubled by polymonestic disorders. I remained the chief therapist in charge of this case. By a second meeting, which is technically the first, all facts considered, the operator Levitane was successful. Did the psychological evaluations that we missed last time, and she also explained why she failed to show up for that meeting. It appeared that she was deeply troubled and annoyed by certain nightmares. Hence, she chose to head to the surface and sort the feelings out. With my encouragement, she agreed to describe her dreams to me. Levitine dreamed of herself standing in a classroom. One by one of her classmates introduced themselves on the stage, but when it was her turn, she tried to open her mouth, but no voice came out. She tried again, but her throat began to hurt and she only managed to emit blurred, raspy noises. Teacher turned around, but a raging flame danced where her face should be. You could not say it because you never had your own life. Levitine tried to leave the classroom, only to find herself in a familiar yet alien-looking house. Everything around her was burning. The fire consumed the walls, the books, and the mirrors. Her classmates, friends, teachers, families, and even colleagues she met in Rhodes Island and Dijon stood in the room, but all their faces were contortions of twisted flame and no longer recognizable. Fun nightmares, yay! Head to the surface? No, as in head to the surface from Dijon. The surface of Talos 2, you know? You're also not on the surface if you're up in space. She then ran for the door and forced her way through, only to find herself in the exact same house, also on fire. She ran again and opened the door and saw the same thing. With every door she went through, the room got smaller and the flames got closer. In the end, she opened the final door and arrived at a room of ashes with neither fire nor smoke. She saw herself seated in the room, smiling at her. You finally burnt everything. It's a bit similar-ish to what it was in the quest. You had like sort of corridors with a bunch of doors. Levitine's recurring dream appears to be rooted in memories she has carried in her mind. Whether these are drawn from real experiences or mere illusions is unclear, but it seems she has been journeying with this burden for a long time. Log 3. Tried prescribing several recommended therapies for operator Levitine, but the results were less than ideal. After receiving suggestions from Surgeon Answorth, I asked Levitine if she ever considered medical removal of these memories, as the scenes and nightmares continue to affect her in unabated fashion. Medical removal? It's possible? She pondered for a moment and denied this advice. Several days later, she described another dream to me. In this dream, Levitine woke up in a white world. The sky was clean and flawless, and the land seemed endless. She walked for a long time without feeling the wind. She met no one, heard nothing, and saw no shadows. A door stood at the very end. Posted on the door was a note. Enter if you do not wish to be anyone else. There she stopped. She chose not to open the door. When the session ended, Operator Levitine gave me a bunch of fiery red flowers, a token of gratitude for future sessions of memory sharing. Enter if you do not wish to be anyone else. Originating radiation. Combat adaptation test records. Levitine, reconvener. Monitor, CRAD. Combat simulation system, mass suppression and precision strikes. Duration 3 minutes 42 seconds. Results pass conditional. Conditional. Test summary. At the 7th second of Phase 1, Operator Levitine summons a giant flaming blade with one hand. No equipment ID identified. Said blade is likely created by Levitine's originating Mars, and charges directly into the center of the simulated enemy group before verbal instructions were given nor confirmed. At the 31st second, thermal readings exceeded simulation environment monitoring threshold. The system automatically activates anti-heat measures. Security professional CRAD requests to stop the test, but Operator Levitine denies the request. At the 1 minute and 24 second mark, Operator Levitine had destroyed all enemy units and assumed a standing pose in the center of the simulation area, while adjusting her breathing after a high-intensity burst of activities. Combat resumed after 38 seconds to initiate Phase 2. Test item Stationary Suppression was initiated. Operator performance was far more extreme than Phase 1, and the entire test was completed after 1 minute and 40 seconds. Behavioral summary. Combat style is highly aggressive and prioritizes breaking the stalemate with overwhelming force. Prefers seizing combat initiatives instead of focusing on tactical coordination. Willingness to support teamwork is unstable. Weapon efficacy is significantly improved at emotional thresholds. Effects include the spreading fire, localized scorch marks, and signal interference. Improved at emotional thresholds. Test review. She's incredibly powerful, but has yet to build up the mental fortitude to master it. She doesn't enjoy destruction, but uses combat as a means to vent her emotions and prove her existence. She must learn how to restrain herself and bring that instability under control. Master the fire, but don't become the fire. She loses her connection to medic or support operators in the team. No one will be able to save her. Very certain of her. Evaluations by CRAD, security professional. Don't think you gave me this test to see if I can still fight. You wanted me to know if I would lose control, right? Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. Comments from Operator Levitine. No, new thermal insulation must be installed in the combat testing area. If there's another test, also prepare 3 servings of coolant beverages. Post-operational summary. During this combat operation, Operator Levitine charged into the enemy on her own accord at the initial stage of battle and did not respond to tactical calls from her team. Her actions temporarily severed communications, disrupted the chain of command, and caused momentary panic amongst the team members. Fortunately, the team did not suffer any casualties. When the operation ended, analysis of residual energy traces and tactical data loggers confirmed that Operator Levitine successfully diverted the focus of enemy fire toward herself with these means. Deliberate exposure of her own position and continuous emission of super hot flames that disrupt enemy defenses. In other words, she used herself as a lure to create a tactical breach and allowed our attacking operator to exploit the opening and achieve our tactical objectives. Upon concluding the operation, Operator Levitain sat on a cooled fragment of molten rock. Burn marks in the vicinity suggested that this area was subject to extremely intensive strikes. Levitain said nothing as we surveyed the battlefield. After certain that all other uppies were well, she softly said, "Good." So sort of, you know, like not good teamwork in a way, but she did consider the team and, you know, worked with the team in mind. It's just that she just does whatever she considers the best instead of... Regular work report for operators under the administrator. Reported by Levitain. I escorted the measures into this volcanic basin. Molten lava flowed through the ground beneath her feet, heating the rain and creek, causing the earth to froth and bubble endlessly. Monitoring station stood right atop this cauldron of living soup. Soup! Tang tang! This place is extremely poor in originium. Resident scientists rely on geothermal heat to cook food. Just put it on a hot rock. Ration tin can be cooked through simply burying it in the dirt for an hour. They even have pocket stews, a liquid stock and other ingredients sealed in food-grade bag. After quick cooking, you can just tear it open with your teeth. Got a face full of hot stew once, and I felt like I was on fire. You're Levitain, should be fine. When I had my first meal, the scientists taught me to sing their ritual chant. May your soup never spill, and may your flame never die. Don't spill your soup. I sang the chant with him. It was the first time I received a stranger's blessing on Talos 2. Sent from Monitoring Station 34. I never used her as a lure to create a tactical breach to exploit an opening and achieve tactical objective. Sure, no, it's not like she has a skill that only takes 5 seconds to come up. Also, wait a minute. Actually, wait. I need to check something. No. Sorry. No. Not here. Wait. Fuck. I'm in the wrong place. No, it's not quite. No, it's not accurate. It's not accurate. It said it took her 7 seconds, right, to start fighting, right, from the start of the test. But she doesn't have. She's only M1. She was only M1'd. Her startup time is 7 seconds at M1. So it's not even no masteries. But it's also not M3. It's M1. Really? M1 is canon for Levitain? What the hell? Maybe she wasn't using S3? Nah, there's no way she wasn't using S3. She was going Insano style. Also, the other ones have way longer startup times, so like, or their offensive recovery. M1 lie. Come on, shaking my head. Anyway, back to soup or something. Yep. I sang the chant with him. It was the first time I received a stranger's blessing on Talos 2. Sent from Monitoring Station 34. Soup. As the operator close to the incident and the most capable emergency responder, I was ordered to reach the UWST base not marked on the map with the greatest speed I could muster. Issue was not complicated, just an unexpected blast furnace malfunction, shutdown and loss of power. I spent a bit of my powers and helped them reignite the core. Temperature returned to operational levels and the system was restored. Crisis was temporarily averted. Their names left quite an impression on me. The place was a secret base in the frigid lands of blank. Censored. Usually referred to by its unique beacon code. Everyone there was forbidden from using their real names or any self-chosen code names. Only the assigned names was allowed. My temporary name here was Olga Randall. I was told there were 3 others before me with the same name. It's likely that the next replacement actuary sent here will also take on this name. It was a strange experience. It was just a temporary user of the name Olga Randall. It felt similar to the memory fragments swimming in my mind. Neither name nor fragments were truly mine, but at that very moment they were all part of me. Sent from UWST Beacon DAU 14. I think I'm gonna sneeze. Oh no. Jesus. That was a weirdly gentle sneeze, actually. Gonna have to blow my nose in like 30 seconds. I almost feel like I need to sneeze again. After eliminating the Anglos camping and the freight station, I reopened the gate and had kept the tunnel sealed for quite a while. They maintained a low-gravity environment within the tunnels. Refugees trapped here for months floated their way to the exit, trembling and struggling as they left the place. They must relearn how to walk and run under the ponderous influence of gravity. They were not under gravity? Oh, maybe because of Blight stuff, shenanigans. I forgot Blight can indeed make non-gravity areas. There's a little girl who floated within the tunnels and danced for a bit before leaving the place. She told me how she kept herself calm and sane when they were trapped in this place. I memorized her dance, a comforting yet powerful routine of rhythms. If you want, I can show it to you and let you have a go once I head back. The moves aren't hard, it's all about the breathing and the rhythms. Sent from Fright Nexus MC20. Funky little place. It's fucking on Earth, but like in zero gravity because of like, I guess, Angeloid and Blight shenanigans. Low gravity environment. In the tunnels. Tuskar. I've made plenty of new memories during this time. Still remember that that you're chasing after your own memories as well. Found a U place related to the old you. Seek me out if you're interested. Emergency message sent from contact point 084. Wait a minute, hey, wait a minute, hey! Yes, I would like to know. Ma'am, I would like to know. Give me. I guess this is, however, this is all happening like sometime a good bit after, obviously, because, you know, this is like after, you know, her story quest, so. Anyway, I'll go blow my nose and also actually pee, and then we'll go through these. And then, who do we have left for reconveners? Snowshine. Anyone else? Snowshine. What? Alright, Gilberta. I don't have Gilberta in-game. Gilberta, we have to go through the wiki. No Gibby in-game for me. That's the problem. No Gibbler. I was just thinking of the ones that I actually have. Thank you for the follow. Okie, where are we? Idle chatters.
Why are you idling here?
There's this one.
I hereby offer
All you can eat
my
ice cream
unrecogned
bar.
mission. Wanna come with? No, no need
Drop
to tell her cold.
pod.
I told them to lower the thermostat because some dummy built this ship and forgot to leave a spot for fresh air. If you can't take the cold, stand a little closer.
What do you mean, a spot for fresh air? We're in space. Ma'am?
When I have nothing to do, I would just eat ice cream and enjoy the view outside. I can do that all day. My mind is filled with countless fragments of shattered memories.
To look over the world or Cyanites from this angle. Yeah, they wouldn't. You would not have memory fragments from Talos, probably.
Still trapped in your memories? If they're gone, they're gone. Just
No, they're
remember
not.
what happens from here on.
They might be. Maybe.
Lavatane? Yeah, picked it myself. Got the idea from the sword.
It's true.
Some don't take it as my real name. I tamed the thing, so its name is mine. Just like those memories. I intend to rule over them, not be ruled by them. My mind is still filled with all sorts of fragmented memories. They didn't just vanish.
I chose not to
Simply chose
ignore
not
him.
to study them. Perhaps when I'm
Just
done
ignore
taking
him.
care of these
Mwah.
mundane chores, I'll follow these memories and start a new journey. Surtur. All her rage, her sense of loss, and her confusion remain in my memories. They feel so real and permanent. Yet when I recall the decision she made for herself in the end, I find some measure of solace.
In the end.
The duty of the reconveners? I don't care about that.
The duty
It's probably something stuffed into my memory.
stuffed into my memories.
I only agreed to fight by your side because of the people I met, the paths I walked, the decks I napped on, and the breakers I crushed. It's because of the memories that are truly mine, made here in this place. There's a time when I couldn't understand why you wouldn't just let go of the past. I only figured things out when I arrived at Endfield. You're the Administrator, a vessel of everyone's expectations, and a projection of everyone's ideal of the world's savior. But nobody should allow their image to be molded by the wishful thinking of others. And that is why you must use your memories to rediscover your true self.
Find yourself?
Companion for this journey.
One
Just
might
give me a
say.
call. I won't care where you're headed. My shattered ring? Treat it as my pet, an arts unit.
Pet.
The arsenal
She does
engineers
pet
of
it.
Enfield tried to figure out how it works. They also made an attempt to repair it. But the ring acted out on its own and...
Fucking burn them alive, probably.
You're here? Come look at this for me. Warfarin mailed me a jigsaw
Warfarin!
puzzle. She said it features the scenery, peoples, and histories of Terra. It's huge. I spent
Also, a
weeks
jigsaw
on this
puzzle?
and
You made a
still not done.
you made a jigsaw puzzle?
Hey, quit staring at the torn edges. Also, I have nothing to do with the burned places. This was how it looked when I received it.
Okay, that sounds more like it. I was like, you just made a jigsaw puzzle normally? No, not. She made it, not quite normally, and also it wasn't finished.
When carrying out missions on Talos 2, I would dream of Dijong as well as the people and events of Enfield at night. I am
Fill the gaps with
patiently
memories
waiting
that I
for my
forged
mind
to
to
myself.
forget every shard of the past that isn't mine. Why do I fight? Because a day will come when I stand atop a mountain and gaze upon a world consumed by
Ma'am?
fire. Why give me that look? I was
Oh,
simply
this-
describing a nightmare that's
okay.
been annoying me for quite a
Okay,
while.
but you said it.
Set
you
your
know.
worries aside. I will not let the vision come to pass, no matter the time nor place. Sometimes I'd see refugees roaming about the wildlands, or butchers who laid waste to entire cities. One minute I'm pruning flowers in the garden, the next
Choking
I'm
on
choking
chemicals, yummy.
chemicals in the lab. I fought shadowy figures whose faces I couldn't see, and I never knew why we were fighting. Come on, stop dozing off. I barely got started.
Me.
My home? I've been to a place called Seshka.
Your home is Rhode
They
Island.
had buildings, language, festivals, and witchcraft that Felt familiar enough to be a home. But I won't
Okay,
visit
yeah,
that place again unless there's a very good reason to.
Exactly, that's not your
The
home.
people were too warm and passionate. Some even called me a Diablo. Ugh. Let's just say it got on
Misraced.
my nerves and I messed up the place. Just a little bit.
Shaking my head. No, her home is Dijon. I guess it's both, okay? Well, actually, maybe she did kind of just leave Rhodes.
That pink-haired Weaver often asks me to test her frosty bitey. It never managed to put out my flames.
Ice cream.
A song seeker of the Hannibit circuit once told me this. Fire is a fiend in the hands of the wind, but a friend in the hands of humankind. The song seeker showed no fear of fire. She even taught me how to create fire lines on the other side of the wildlands. I managed to contain a spreading forest fire. The villagers who survived the disaster called us heroes. But my mind stayed fixed on the cloud beast.
Surtur the Firmament is a Diablo. What?
Let her keep a
No,
little
no.
bit.
A Diablo is a
For
type of
shame.
Sarkas. Also, she really wanted to keep the cat, apparently. Sarkas, Diablos are a type of Sarkas. How the hell did you get that Diablo would be a Firmament? Friendly Sarkas really is a dark timeline. I think it's the opposite of a dark timeline.
I need something taken care of. HR division told me
Wanted
to escalate
poster.
this matter to you personally. Here it is. A wanted poster. It's no
And
big
yeah, we
deal.
don't have like an actual
Happened back
proper
when I
living
just left
Diablo
Rhodes
in
Island.
AK anymore now.
A place called the Asphalt Roundabout tagged me for a few counts of arson.
There's
You should really
Ifrit
blame
that has a part of a
yourselves.
Diablo,
A
and then
dirty business with
there's
plenty of flammable trash and at least expect
Tin
some
Man.
fires.
who, however, is like, you know, all robot. What
I
did you
need
say?
something taken care of.
Place called the Asphalt Roundabout
HR
tagged me for a few
division
counts of
told me to
arson. They should
escalate
really
this
blame
matter
themselves.
to you
Dirty business with
personally.
plenty of flammable trash should at least expect some
Here it
fires.
is.
Yep,
I'll
fair
say
enough.
this again. I've never been to Terra in person. So don't talk to me about the sights, the people, or the culture of that place. Unless, of course, you're talking about Sami. I heard their home carried them to Talos too. If we have a mission at that place, give me a call.
Big ass tree went through the tree, or a mountain went through the portal.
See something there?
Oh.
If it's useless, we can use it to
so never
test
mind.
our
We're already
blades.
here. There's so many, obviously, like just the combat and whatnot voice lines. Snow Shiner, because she's in game, so. Yippers.
Wanna come snowboarding with me, Enderman?
Yeah, the tree. We know that the Sami trees move, so yeah. That probably would be their home in this case. Bap, 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 bap. 5-time consecutive champion of the Sara 1-hour field chow gathering competition. Standard CPR in extremely hostile environments. Fun CPR. Natural altruist. Bear. Snowshine, female, Rhodes Island, December 19, Ursus. Since Miss Snowshine conducts her research and rescue operations in wide environments, the medical division advises including relevant checks in her regular health examinations to avoid unexpected issues. Operator Snowshine works for Rhodes Island. As a SAR professional, she is engaged in multiple research and rescue operations jointly carried out by Rhodes Island and Enfield Industries, resolving a range of complex issues in the process. Snowshine also now serves as Enfield Industries SAR liaison. Operation Snowshine has in multiple occasions demonstrated her extensive experience in conducting SAR operations in the North. She has proved the value of her survival skills and her ability to quickly respond to various contingencies. Snowshine enthusiastically recounted her successful SAR mission rescuing the Oathkeepers and polar caravans, highlighting her careful planning, precise execution, and strategic decision in overcoming natural hazards. Snowshine's engineering backgrounds give her vital technical expertise that have been key in her SAR missions. Operator extremely passionate, dedicated work, her deep experience in both engineering and SAR operations makes her a valuable asset to Enfield. After joining Enfield, it only took a few months for Miss Jonah to give many operators a friendly and warm impression. Snowshine often helps others in her spare time, usually with simple errands and deliveries. Though they may seem small, these tasks often prove to be real lifesavers, making people truly grateful to have Snowshine around. The bottle of vinegar Miss Snowshine delivered was just in time. My sweet and sour meat would have been ruined without it, reported the canteen chef. Panda. Miss Snowshine also spared no effort trying to popularize SAR knowledge and polar survivor skills, and often gave everyone proper demonstrations. These include crucial first aid procedures as well as quick turn techniques for snowboarding. Her ears keep twitching. Tiny little twitches. Vitalos, how did she do that? The last time I saw such a beautiful turn was during the finals of the band snowboard championship. She's a guaranteed medalist if she ever attends. I'll bet my money on this, said an anonymous operator after watching Snowshine's demonstration. Their snowboard is so small though. Miss Yvonne from the Specialized Tech Division also has plenty of good things to say about Snowshine. First time I've met someone capable of using ice-making arts units with such expertise. Alrighty, I hope Snowshine can test more of my ice maker, so I'll tell you 10 days of my testing phases. So she'll shave at least 10 days off my testing phase. However, canteen staff responsible for stocking the shelves would post warnings when Snowshine returns to Dijon. Extra attention must be given to prevent the dessert bar from being left with only the labels. Ah, okay. That is many of the bears are very hungry. I guess that's a bit of an Ursus characteristic. They do be hungry. What do I think of the North? Worst place ever, I swear. Seriously messed up agreeing to join Ruder on his hunt for that mysterious Sami vendor out in the middle of nowhere. Went over the first snow peak and we're barely 2 days into the North when some blighted snowstorm caught us at the foot of the mountain. Blighted? Never got the sight of an entire burden beast being shooshed away by the blight-tainted snow. The only thing on my mind was blasted blightery. I'm gonna die here. Guess I saved up enough luck for the past decade or so. The snowstorm was just meters away from us when a nurse's girl swooped in from the skies. I kid you not, she flew in on a snowball, pulled off a perfect landing next to us, slammed a shield on the ground, and suddenly a wall of ice appeared with a whoosh. That wall kept the snowstorm away. Anyway, she saved both Ruder and me. She got us into a cave that she called out our temporary shelter. There were all sorts of people there. Oathkeepers, Sheshka caravan drivers, and even landbreakers. I remember how we all just walked in and some tall and mean-looking feline started pointing his finger at us. These two. They're frauds plotting to bring their swindling ways to Sami. I heard all about their dirty plots along the way. Why are you saying these lowlives? Don't let them cheat you. It's only then when I suddenly recognized the feline. He was the guide who traveled with us a few days back. I'd wondered why he suddenly returned the commission and refused to guide us any longer. Anyway, I thought we were finished, but the Ursus lass who brought us in said nothing. She gave the feline a glance and the big mean kitty boy just sat down and said nothing else. Wanted to thank her personally back then, but she soon rushed out to carry on with her SAR. I couldn't even get her name. Another SAR team soon arrived and brought us to safety. But I recognized the badges and markings on her outfit. They were the same as the illustrations in the shelter. What happened next? Well, I found your place. That's what happened. Ha! Take these supplies. My token of gratitude to that Ursus lass. Recordings from a donor of the Northern Corridor Rescue Union. Document. A private letter. Irwin. Maybe I should call you Snowshine now. In any case, please forgive me for not saying goodbye when I left the team. That was never my intention, but my captain and my attending surgeon, Margaret, told me to leave the North immediately. Margaret? Different Margaret. Type different, it's spelled differently. They said it would prevent my hallucinations from getting worse. Hallucinations? That could be blight stuff. Kirsch is a beautiful city. We don't see any auroras here, but there are equally majestic mountains and snow. Ridges are untouched by blight or the Angoloi and are linked by crisscrossing cable tramways that the city is so famous for. Okay, very Kjerag. I mean, we know it is the Kjerag equivalent. Took quite a few rides in them, and the experience of gazing into the vast snowfield without worry is unforgettable. Must have been surprised by my decision. Someone had sworn to stay in the North and the SAR team for eternity, and was suddenly beaten by a most mundane and ordinary blizzard. What I want to say is that sometimes people are not as strong as they like to think. Perhaps I'm actually more fragile than I think I was. I never feared blizzards, the blight, or any other disasters that could suddenly swoop in and take our lives. But when I saw Nelson lose a leg after getting sucked into the blight while trying to save that unlucky prospector, and after learning that Lisa lost her sight from overexerting her Originium arts to give everyone an early warning, I started doubting myself, because I think if I had fallen short, my suspicions soon spread to the other members of the team. I have the captain to thank. I was about to use the arts unit when he stopped me and ordered Medical Officer Margaret to give Ryder the timely treatment he needed. It saved me from doing something I would have regretted for the rest of my life. Erwin, of all the young people on the team, I have the highest expectations for you. In fact, I believe you're the perfect candidate to succeed as deputy captain. Oh, is Erwin her, original name? You value friendship and take care of others deeply, often to the point of neglecting your own safety. So take this advice from someone who's been through it. Never forget to look after yourself, especially when you're out there saving others. You're important and irreplaceable to the SAR team and everyone who cares for you. Look forward to your reply. Feel free to let me play the host in your visit to Kirsch, and try to bring the captain along. Take you all to the best fondue in town. Tastes exactly like what he described it to me. Madeleine Crick. Document, a private letter. Madeleine, thank you for writing to me. Even now, I still remember your patience when you first taught me how to build an igloo shelter in the snowfields. Your stern expression when you remind me that every SAR teammate must maintain constant vigilance, and your tenderness when you helped me fix my drone at 4 AM. Tell me to be more careful next time. These are precious memories I'll carry the rest of my life. So I've never doubted your passion for SAR operations. Even though you have left the North, I believe you're still helping everyone at your new place in your own special ways. Ryder and the captain refused to tell me what exactly happened on the mountain, but I could sort of guess from the operational logs. I don't think they or anyone for that matter would blame you for this. I hope you can focus on getting better and don't forget to explore the place when we have time. Once I swing by Kirsch, Captain seems pretty busy and I couldn't get a hold of him. I'll definitely pay you a visit. Is that fondue place really as good as you say? We're gonna try it out. P.S. The pack that came with this letter is your favorite sun-dried berries. Eat them before they expire. Irvin. Pulling or sharding envelope? I'll probably pull a decent amount of wallop. I'll throw some pulls at it. Just learned about Blight. Shit sucks, man. This fucked up, man. Log ID 000000000. Many 0. Oof, this message is for me at some point in the future, and the person who could hear these logs. After leaving the woods, she once said, try recording special and unique moments in your life. May help you anchor yourself in the world. Till now, I don't know if I really understood what she meant. I'm sure what type of moment can be considered special and unique, so I might as well record everything that I think is worth remembering. Log ID 1. My first time leaving Rhodes Island and stepping on the land of Talos 2. It's more spacious and open than what the maps and panoramic holograms suggested. Also plenty of things I've not yet seen in her memories. Well, this place is quite different from Terra. The people and buildings feel distant yet familiar at the same time. It's so strange. If possible, I really want to see and experience the local snow. Say there are snowy mountains in the north and the central part of the band. The north seems closer, so I guess I'll head over there first. Oh, snow is in the north and the central part of the band. Oh, so we can get to a snowy mountain area before, you know. Before we don't have to wait until we can go all the way to the north to get to a snowy area. I guess that would be Kirsch. So, you know. The north, oh, but the north seems closer, so I guess I'll head over there first. Oh, shit's fucked up there. Log ID 9. Today I arrived at a snow-capped mountain in the north. Felt right at home in the polar landscape. Everything, including the hexagonal columnar snowflakes and the veil-like aurora, felt really familiar to me. Before I forget, I ran into a huge blizzard when I made my way down the mountain. 2 Fortes dressed like messengers were almost trapped in a nearby blight. Used my snowboard to pull one of them to safety. The other was saved by a fully armed perro. We escorted them to safe and a place in a timely fashion. I later learned that the perro is a volunteer with the Northern Corridor Rescue Unit. They're planning to establish a professional SAR team. The perro also left me a business card when we said goodbye. He said I behaved with calmness and reason despite my lack of professional training, even choosing the best rescue measures possible. Then he asked if I'd be interested in joining this outfit. Nepotism, okay? She had knowledge from beyond. Articulate the zeros. Truth be told, when I pulled that messenger to safety, I did feel kind of ecstasy and joy I'd never experienced before. It became a calling I couldn't ignore and even wanted to do more. Log ID 10. Thought about giving it a shot, so I called the perro named Chris. I told him I wanted to be a SAR teammate. I'm doing this for myself. Sunshine after the blizzard was also especially bright. I want to see that again. It seems that they... Now, funnily enough, actually, Pog didn't have this in her files. Her files? His files. But the others have usually had, like, some kind of little mention of, like... Yeah, like, oh, they're, like, born, and then it's like, shit, I have no anchor of anything. I've been born as an adult, conscious being with no history or anything. But then some vague memories. And then Worf is there to, like, guide them to be like, look, I'm here to help, okay? Try and, like, record some memories and stuff. Try not to get lost. Try and, like, anchor yourself onto the world in some way. And yeah, but Pog's anchor is probably in the military, yes, but there's no, like, sort of specific mention to it other than, like, Leviathan doesn't have, like, a super specific mention either, but Leviathan's also a special case because she has, like, multiple levels of messed up memories, so she's a special case. Audio logs. Those are somewhat shorter texts.
I learn tons of new stuff every time I step aboard Dijong.
And for just awesome.
Tech and machinery that I've never seen before. What?
Snack bar.
Canteen has an all-you-can-eat snack bar. Apologies, I was just a little surprised.
She might be eating everything.
Came at just the right time. My package just arrived.
Cheese fondue,
Interested in
yes!
trying out my special cheese fondue?
I mean, I'd hope it would be flavored like cheese, but you know.
I think it's quite special. Oh, plenty of my colleagues told me it's an unforgettable.
And I do, because that does make me wonder. Will we come across a, you know, at some point a reconvener where maybe things didn't go as well, you know? Where they don't get anchored onto the world and they don't like find a purpose or something. Would be a cool one. You know, like an evil reconvener, if that's how you want to put it.
Stretching will help limber up the joints. This routine can
Stretching?
help prevent
Oh,
muscle
no.
tears and keep hypothermia at bay in polar
Bad
environments.
convener.
Wanna give it a
Evil
go?
Suzuran.
Don't
Ah,
worry.
yes.
I've been an assistant coach in the training sessions, so I can definitely get your posture right. Hoi! See? Easy, right?
Be careful who might act incredibly differently if they're missing some specific memories. And I feel like depending on what the memories are, you could always make anyone act a little differently. But there's kind of a thing with reconveners where there's like, you know, there's indeed like this sort of core being of them that is always kind of similar. So like really you'd have to, you know... That's the thing, is that we'd have to kind of be like a reconvener of someone who was already antagonistic for them to be antagonistic again. Is the thing, right? If they were not antagonistic originally, then they're not going to be antagonistic when they reconvene either, really. That is kind of how it seems to work. But then obviously, you know, eventually they'd like join back. And I mean, you know, in some ways, like, you know, Levitain was like, oh yeah, I'll easily like... most of the other one reconvenes have always been like, oh yeah, I like Rhodes, I like Enfield, I'll help you guys. While Levitain was like, dude, I'm fucking off and doing my own thing. I don't know, maybe I'll come back. So...
Lil Dodge reminds me of our captain
Lil
every time I
Dodge.
see him. My captain's also a Paro. He's a really nice
Super
guy.
bossy
But once
boots.
the SAR mission begins, he turns into super bossy boots. The light reflecting off the clouds of Talos 2 can be so beautiful. It reminds me of the Aurora I know, and the visions of my dreams. I often see them when I'm atop the highest peaks of the northern snowy mountains.
Aurora.
I know the light is a form of dangerous ether energy, but seeing it felt like meeting an old friend. One who watches me and protects me from afar.
Well, yeah, Lappy is a bit villainous in a way, but she's not just like evil. Being evil. She just, you know, she has goals and she doesn't have too many qualms about what she does to meet those goals. Which is a fair few people in the world of Arknights.
Look, Enman! I used my Originium arts to create this ice barrier. Super sturdy, right? Got some much-needed rest, Enman? I always see you running all over the place with hardly a break. You really should watch that work-life
Yo,
balance.
callback!
Remember that last SAR training we had?
A callback! Wait, I gotta find
Carry
this.
you on my back. I could hardly believe you're lighter than a newborn burden beast calf.
Where is it? Is it here? Or is it the other one? Is it this event? No, it's the other one. It's the second event, isn't it? Is it? No, it's not. Where is it? Wait, where's the CG where it's Aurora carrying Doctor? Is it Break the Ice or Silbenhertz? Is it either of them? It should be Break the Ice, isn't it? I thought it was Break the Ice. Why can I not? I can't see it. Where is it? Am I blind? It's not in the CGs. Why it's not in CG? It's not in CGs. Look, it's not here. There's no carrying Doctor C. I'm pretty sure it is in Break the Ice though. So like, what the heck? Was it really not classified as a CG? What was it? What the heck? Alright, it's in the PV. Yeah, it's not a CG, it's in the trailer. Right. It happens in the story, yeah, but it didn't have a CG. Yeah, it was from the animated trailer. Yeah, that's what it was from. That's what I'm remembering. I mean... let's pull it up there.
聖なる山増しますヒール雪と吸収に囚われたイエラグの地へついにロドスに踏み入れるアークナイツ新イベント
There it is, yes! It's most replayed!
新イベン
It's the most replayed.
ト風船
Of course it is.
新イベント
Look, it's callback. The people love it.
Not every SAR operation is a success story. Sudden changes in weather or terrain can happen in ways faster
Okay, drones
than you
indeed.
expect.
Her drones. Okay, so her
This is why
Snowshine
I
is code name.
before
Real name
setting
is
off on a mission.
Erwin.
Drones, thermal imaging cams. Every piece of equipment is an important assistant for any SAR operator. They're the reasons why we could launch bold rescue plans with confidence.
Seemingly, at least.
I once rescued a father and his daughter in an avalanche. They probably had an argument and deliberately ignored each other in the temporary shelter I built. But when the blizzard came down hard, the father always set aside food for the girl.
If they couldn't find the
And the
words,
girl
family
did
would
her
always
best
stand
to
up
care
for each
for
other
her
in
old
crucial
man.
moments.
They were
Family.
successfully evac'd,
Family.
but the two still refused to talk to each other. It made me wonder if that's saving lives is no easy task. I never fantasized about rescuing everyone without making sacrifices. I'm the only one left from my cohort of SAR teammates.
Oh!
Life
Oh!
disasters left a few with crippling
Okay, they're not
disabilities.
all dead, but you know.
Some lost their minds in the frigid, snowy nights. There were times of
That's very
confusion
Sami.
and moments when
That's
I
very
felt
Sami
touch of
nightmares.
fear. But
Losing your
you
mind.
Infielders are so awesome and so strong. I believe all of us will be capable of going further and higher, all thanks to your support, Endman.
Oh. Not all good, huh? Some are crippled and some are lost their fucking minds when schizo.
What about this snowboard? It's a gift from Lady Warfarin when I left Rhode
Lady
Island.
Warfarin.
The board's constructed using rare materials just like my shield. And it's ultra versatile in SAR missions. Inman, are you interested in snowboarding? I can totally teach you all about that.
Sure.
The Search and Rescue Organization is under the Northern Corridor Rescue Union. Our missions typically involve messengers working in the north.
Military scouts who lost their
traveling
way
agents,
after being ambushed by the
and
Angler
military
beasts.
scouts who lost their way after being ambushed by the Angaloy or beasts. My SAR teammates come from all across the world, and most of us are volunteers.
SAR experience was a constant battle against the
was
ice and
a
snow and rough
constant
terrain.
battle against the ice, snow, and
This
rough
is how SAR
terrain.
is.
But it gave
Need
me a
then
chance to meet
snowboard.
all
We'll get a
sorts of
snowboard when we get to the
different
snow
people.
area. That's how it's gonna be.
An operator recently asked me about joining the SAR.
Just constantly.
It isn't hard, really. Just constantly train yourself for mountaineering.
Easy,
endure
simple
hours of
things.
non-stop rescue operations. Master some polar survival skills. Learn how to avoid anchors and large
Very simple.
beasts,
You know,
and complete the full
hours of
first aid
non-stop
training
rescue
course,
operations. Very
At
simple.
least to the level where you can handle sudden erypathy. Finally, pass the special field trial designed by our captain, and you'll become
It's
an
very
official
simple. It's
member
not
of the
hard at
SAR.
all. Also, Warfarin did give her a board which says which has Aurora on it. Yes.
I like the snow, the white-capped mountains, and the shimmering beauty revealed only in the frigid cold. This is why I don't want them to leave painful memories to the people they touch. When people see the snowy mountains, the first thing they remember should be the enrapturing views from the summit,
Guess it depends on what mountains they're looking at, because apparently the mountains in Kirsch, all cool, real nice and pretty and snowy. Mountains up north,
It would be so
a nightmare.
sad if all anyone thought of was catastrophe. Endman, I will continue to strive
Not all
towards
mountains
these
are
goals
built
of
the same.
mine. Were you looking for me yesterday, Endman? I'm so sorry I didn't notice back then. I was definitely taking a nap to make up for missing sleep.
Nappers.
Yeah, napping is the first thing I'd do after coming back from a SAR mission. And sometimes I would accidentally oversleep by quite a bit.
Nappers.
Definitely.
Emergency start training.
SAR training is super important. When natural disasters like an avalanche strike, people can quickly shelter themselves in safe, sturdy places. And that would greatly improve their
Next
odds
start
of
training.
survival.
Oh, more training.
This
Ah.
could only happen when people have strong disaster awareness.
Or for any do any favors in
So,
regards to confusing
you'll be
reconveners of the
attending
originals.
the next SAR
Yeah, that's in the
training
Gibby
session,
files, isn't
right?
it?
Is Miss Gilberta aboard Dijong
Gibby,
as
Gibby,
well?
blah 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 blah.
It's just that she really went out of her way to help us in multiple SAR missions. She delivered vital supplies, airlifted the injured, and even pinpointed a mid-air SOS signal in the middle of a terrible blizzard. The SAR team
She just
tried
wants
giving her a token
photos.
of our appreciation, but she turned everything down. In the end, she asked for a few photos of a nice view from the snowy peaks. What do you think of this one? I made the photo frame myself as well. Polar survival is not easy. Essential knowledge includes proper overnight camping to avoid hypothermia during blizzards, finding edible food in the blighted ice fields, identifying sturdy
Hungry
footholds
beasts.
across glaciers, and most importantly, plotting a safe passage to the objective. This means you have to learn how to avoid the Angloid, hungry beasts, and other dangers in disaster zones.
So Snowshine, for example, Snowshine is, yeah, I mean, this is the vibe I had of her anyway. Snowshine is one of the reconveners who has, like, sort of found their place quite successfully. So they're not, like, terribly tormented by their previous, and instead have sort of acclimated quite well and found a purpose and what they want to do and so on, which is obviously very similar to what Aurora did, you know? Like, Aurora was quite, Snowshine was helped by the previous. It was kind of like, oh, yeah, that's me. I'll go do some rescue missions. Ride snowboard, life good. It's that simple. I guess we'll finish off with Gibby's file today, but we have to also go read it from the wiki instead. So. Sign up to make them build. Oh yeah, what's right? We got. I guess we'll read these. We have a message from Pog and Lev. To Simonch. Do you have a moment right now? I do. For you, all the time. Reminder of a few things from the past. Wonder if you might be interested in. Of course. Oathkeeper's combat operations. It was a dream. First part of my journey to Shamonch, I had a dream. The dream I stood on the battlefield littered with swords as at its stretch, a center of ruins stood silently. A sudden surge of sorrows urged me to leave that place, but my body moved forward against my will. A dream from when? Azazel! Deep within the ruins, I saw that building from my memories, a place that now exists in name. Azazel. Staring at the door I felt I had pushed open countless times, I reached out my hand, yet I could never quite reach it. Lingered at the doorway for a long time, unable to leave, yet also unable to respond to its presence. Right at that moment, a creaking sound echoed as the clink door slowly swung open. Amidst those ruins I saw him, and that girl, his adopted daughter. Wasn't surprised, I was just about to step through the door. Arrival announcement woke me, and my destination was now right before my eyes. Ever dream of that door again? Long lost close friend during a journey. Listen as she shared his past with me right until the very end. I never saw that door ever again. Really straight up put in Azazel. Wow, we were. Also, sir, those last messages? Sending photo. Down at the southern coast, there's a city nearby, bright and clear at night. I found myself drawn more to storms rolling in from the ocean. The ocean? Where are you, La Fantoma? Failed to send. No! Send me photo. There's a different photo. I'm on the cable car heading up to the top of a snowy peak. And here, what? How did you get? What do you mean? How did you go from La Fantoma? Here, avalanche is rolling every now and then. If I jump now, I'd probably get buried in snow and ash. Sounds like you're in Kirsch? Yeah, how'd you get that? Exactly, how'd you get that far? Okay, she's schizoing. I think she might be schizoing. Didn't think I'd find a during city hidden in the smoke-covered mountain. So many furnaces, railroad machines. Like the city has its own veins and art. Sparks flying out just as intense as my planes. Also, are we gonna get like, you know, the Durin city as well at the weekend mid at some point? Triglava? We get to be in like inside a mountain? You're just sending me your trip notes, right? Our bigger conversation is basically your travel log now? There's any problem with it. Also, the fucking photos keep failing to send, Levitain. Okay, I was gonna say, are you on Dijon? How long? Did these messages come in across the fucking months or something? She went from so many places. She went all over the place, man. I don't actually need to use the stamina today. I have 80 stamina, but I can just do the stamina tomorrow instead. Nothing here to do. I could grab my plants real quick. Maybe she was describing. Maybe she was just describing the photos, or more so, yeah. And then the photos never arrived. This fucked up. They didn't want to spoil us on the regions, huh? Just teasing them, teasing so many regions. Have some plants, and then I'll actually probably just close the game for when you go read Gilberta's files from the wiki. There should be enough of these now, I believe. I should hopefully get enough. Actually, maybe I don't even get enough Umberline from these. Okay, I think I got enough Umberline. Okay. I also got enough. I think I also got enough Fire Buckle to complete these. Yay! So now the question is, so now I can stash these, but the question is, what do I put in? What do I put in place of these? What I have? Where even are they? Here. Amber rice, tart pepper, reed rye, buckflower, citron, ginkgo, resin. I already have all of my red jade in. Oh, I guess I can buy more, Connor. I already have amber and rice and stuff, so. Hi. I guess I could have more of them, technically. But I guess I have some of the other one. I'll just plant whatever I have there. Whatever I happen to have in here. I guess I'll grab 2 amber rice and 2 reed rye. I don't know why I could actually put that in 2 different spots. All right, everyone, germinate. Plantings. Also, oh, right here. And the plots really are, you really can't place them like next to you have to have like an entire plot's worth of space between them. They take up 3 like like a 3 wide, and then you need 3 in between as well, which also means you can only do 2 per sprinkler. Instead of being able to put them right next to each other and have 3 per sprinkler. Or yeah, having like, it would be nice to have like, yeah, like one where it's like all 3, or like a 4 little cluster of stuff instead of just 1 by 1. I feel like it would look nicer if you could have 4 like tight together. Anyway, that's those. Let me go back to Dijon. And close the game so that my game doesn't have, my PC doesn't have to be blasting itself. As we read. You know, I kind of prefer reading a game just for the vibe. Let me go, first of all, close game, and then pull up Gibby's. Got a lot of tech issues during raid. Actually, we're gonna go a bit of overtime, but I do want to read the Gibby ones. We'll try and read them real quick. Try and read them real quick. Actually, do I have the files in here? Yes. We do. Let me open up some kind of Spotify or something. Yippers. Gibbler's files. Faction, Rhodes Island, no way. Race, football. Expertise adventure, messengers vacay. Messengers vacay. Snacks, cameras, sun hats, and cosmetics. Oh, and don't forget to bring the positive feels and vibes to the journey. Virginia must gravity shock. Gilberta didn't get seasick, but she might get a case of ground sickness if she has been flying around for too long. Ground sickness. Gilberta knows every color by its code, and she knows what everyone's favorite color is. Nerd. Romantic footnote. Who bookmarked the sweetest part of the romance, and who scribbled something next to a drawing of the happily ever after? Hopeless romantic. Name Gilberta, female. Rhode Island, November 28, Volpo. Orpathy negative. Human Resources Summary. Recommended by Rhodes Island, Gilberta now serves under the Enfield Industry Specialist Tech Division. Before reporting in at Enfield, Gilberta had to spend 2 years roaming Talos 2. As a messenger, she offered kind-hearted help to many across the land. In her words, that journey shaped who I am today. Then again, don't all of our journeys shape the people we become? Operator Gilberta truly believes in sharing is caring. That's something I really appreciate about her. Almost everyone on the Dijon, I guess I was just a Dijon. I received a little gift from her. As for mine, it was an electronic music record, perfect for playing while writing up HR summaries. Never seen anyone dressed almost entirely in red while radiating every shade of color. It's an endless pool of possibilities, yet only a single choice came out from her. Pardon me, this unit was not intended to compose poetry. This unit was not intended to compose poetry? Oh, is Marvin Malin the robot? Huh? Sir? File 1. Raindrops beaded along the edge of Gilberta's umbrella, each droplet swelling with borrowed weight before surrendering to gravity. Before one could shatter against the ground, she caught it mid-air with a flick of the arts and let it balance on her fingertip. This was her first journey beyond Rhodes Island. The skies were always weeping steel. She walked unhurried, pausing whenever she felt like it. What the hell is weeping steel? Her gaze drifted between the distant horizon and the letter in hand. More friends and Simon, her first duty as a Talos 2 messenger. She'd lingered too long on the road watching burden beasts amble, flying wing to wing befoul beasts, even letting her raindrops on the umbrella edge steal her attention. Warfaren never set her delivery deadline, just encouragement. Go see the world. Gilberta understood Warfaren's message. She needed to deepen her bond with this planet before answering her calling, something she generally wanted to do as well. But where to next? Her eyes wandered, strange glows shimmered at the foot of a mountain. Wild creatures circled near a tower on the open plain. Breeze stirred the current at a distant mail depot. Every sight pulled her forward. Take it slow, I've got plenty of time, Gilberta thought to herself as she looked at the letter sealed with the crest of an industrial company. Just a little longer, I'll be there. She then flicked the raindrop into the stream before her. As the skies cleared, the messenger closed her umbrella and resumed with her journey. She's just vibing. With a flutter of crimson, she touched down bearing saccharine candies, animal-shaped origami, and a kaleidoscope of colored pencils. The quids swarmed around the mysterious messenger, who came by every now and then with treats, gifts, and the tales they'd never heard of before. Together they drew her stories, vibrant foul beast, and folded sugary foil into tiny mirrors of themselves. Sugary foil. As the evening bell rang, she said goodbye to each kid, watching them run home. One girl tugged softly at Miss Messenger's skirt. She had nowhere to go. With a gentle touch to her hand, the messenger sent the girl floating upward as a startled yelp escaped her lips. She fucking kidnapped her by gravity. Together, they watched the moon climb in the night sky as stars arranged themselves into fleeting constellations. Hope they're not too fleeting. It's worrying. Miss, aren't you going home? The girl whispered, lowering her head, knowing the messenger would soon leave her. My home lies beyond the far horizons, or should I say, hides beyond the sky and behind the stars themselves. Behind the stars? Would you like to visit? Poetic. Would you like to visit? The girl nodded, then shook her head. She ached to go, yet feared troubling her beloved Miss Messenger. Don't worry, I've told my colleagues about a brilliant little girl. They all wanted to meet you too. Really? Mm-hmm. I've never lied to you. Oh, wait, it's time. It's time? Close your eyes and don't peek. In 3, 2, 1, voila! In Miss Messenger's hands appeared 2 cupcakes. Whoa, it's magic! Whoa. Today's your birthday, right? Of course I remember. This one's just for you. The girl stared wide-eyed at the messenger as she dipped her cream-coated finger into her mouth, beaming with a sweet smile. I want to visit your home. To her, this cupcake was measured beyond price, held carefully as fragile glass. Now aboard the Dijon, she studies tirelessly to become an official technician at the EFED. When a challenge arises, she takes the cupcake to the bridge and gazes toward Talos 2. She finds herself drawing courage from that familiar crimson figure, always trailing a scent of sugar and resolve. Okay, the home was the Dijon, or Endfield in this case, rather than Rhodes. Training log 1, environment setting C, gravity setting 2, subject Gilberta, recorder, Lil Dodge. Gravity setting 2. Gilberta's training performance exceeded all benchmarks. For her art specialization, we modified the chamber of gravity field generators and tactical release nodes, anticipating a lengthy adjustment period, yet her combat instincts proved sharper than projected. Mission accomplished in 1/3 the estimated time, with notably restrained collateral damage, a rarity for these fragile systems, as you know. Gravitational control hints at paradigm-shifting potential, a tactician who warps the battlefield itself, or perhaps a one-woman armada breaker. With this being said, I'm sure every commander will vie for her deployment. The next step is clear. Help Gilberta unlock her full potential and refine her tactical instincts. Her abilities can turn the tide under any condition, and that's thrilling. Gravity magic is a little OP. Training log 6. Was it? Oh, okay, I guess it technically is using this is a Roman numeral technically. Environment setting S, gravity setting 26, subject Gilberta, record Lil Dodge. Recent training sessions we've been exploring Gilberta's control over her arts. When we increased the number of non-directional gravity sources to 8, her control over the surrounding field showed a marked decline. Most of the time she was able to maintain stable gravity around herself, but at a critical environmental threshold she could no longer stabilize areas a few meters away, which means she couldn't ensure the safety of nearby teammates. All relevant parameters and environmental conditions have been uploaded to EFDB. While Talos 2 is unlikely to present situations with multiple gravity sources shifting unpredictably, the risks our operators face extend beyond this planet. At certain depths, any battlefield condition has been possible. Gilberta expressed some dissatisfaction with her performance, but she did more than enough. This training was designed specifically to test the limits of her abilities. It's now our task to develop the next training phase accordingly. File 4. That was already file 3, what the heck? File 4 already. And then audio logs. File 4. Gilberta first met them with a white bedsheet draped over her head as she played hide-and-seek with the hospital's children. As the door cracked open, she floated like a dandelion as over giggling kids, then whooshed straight at the intruder for a tackle hug. Gotcha. She yanked off the bedsheet triumphantly, only to freeze. Not a giggling child, but a stranger. Ooh. The figure in a specialized mask tilting their head in a bemused silence. Oh. Gilberta recoiled, hands snapping back to her chest. A flustered smile flickered across her face just as recognition dawned, stealing all words of apology. That outfit, that mask, no way. Gilberta had imagined countless ways they might meet, but never like this. You must be Gilberta, right? I think you already know who I am. Their voice carried no thunderous command, yet it etches itself into memory like a half-remembered lullaby. Gilberta's face burned crimson, replaying her earlier blunder. She stepped back, going to catch her heel on a hospital cot, sending her sprawling onto its edge. Guess it's Enderman. Fucking tackle hug the Enderman. But okay, this is apparently indeed how they met. So yeah, in the file we know how they met Enderman. We actually didn't get to know how Ardelia met Enderman in her file, but I didn't expect you here. I heard some kids had been rescued and brought in, so I came to check on them. What were you doing just then? Oh, hide and seek. The kids were getting bored, so I figured we could play a game to cheer them up a bit. Hide and seek, I see. They picked up Gilberta's bedsheet. Well then, since you caught me, does that mean I'm it? Huh? But they scheduled me to give a speech, but honestly I'd rather play with you and the kids. Fair enough. What's wrong? Noting Gilberta's silence, the figure touched their own cheek in quiet bewilderment. You're nothing like the rumors. Gilberta smiled in relief. Is that so? Confusion deepened. Freshly cleared for independent movement, yet still adrift in memory's fog, they stood suspended between protocol and instinct. Alrighty, let me explain the rules, Gilberta said with a grin on her face. So this was them. That half-remembered silhouette, the voice murmuring at fate's periphery. She was grateful for the Reginian woods left behind, more grateful still for this place, this moment. Like I said at one point during Beta 1, pre-rizzed. Rizzed across time and space. Actually, I wonder if these voice lines actually are uploaded here right now, or if...
I just love
Oh, they are.
collecting lipsticks of all sorts of colors and flavors.
They are!
I can't help but wonder if they add sparkling hues and tints to our work.
Well, listen to the interesting ones. Talos has a brilliant spectrum of colors to the sky of Talos too. There's unexpected spectacles with lashes of radiance. Aren't they simply romantic, Endvin? So true. Look what I brought, Endvin. Mini lamps with all sorts of colors, plus a little incense burner from the witching hour. Think if we could use them to decorate your cabin together, Endvin. Once the lights are off, your place will be as brilliant as a starry night. Giving us trash into our room? We don't even have a cabin. Characters in novels keep hiding their feelings. Why? So many invitations they failed to deliver, so many letters they failed to send, and so many things they failed to say. It's obviously simple, but they just couldn't find the courage to convey their feelings. Now, I could easily invite you to an adventure or give you fun prezzies. Wonder where the difference is. You say that, but you were incapable of writing that one letter in your story quest, so. Miss Akakura gave me this special talisman. She told me my wishes will come true if I carry it around with me. Now, I wish that everyone who hires me for a letter delivery will have their wishes fulfilled. I hope this doesn't sound too greedy. I wonder what kind of talisman it was. Now, we haven't read Estella files yet. Today, we essentially read all the reconvener files. Well, after we finished Gibby here. I was dreaming about the places I've seen, and amidst my blurry dreamscapes, there's always a figure standing in silence, still waiting for a person or a letter. Recently, I've been getting a clearer view of that figure, and it's someone who I'm pretty familiar with. This one
I
actually kind of
always
listen to.
dream about the places I've seen. And amidst my blurry dreamscapes,
Turn the music down.
there's
Though.
always a figure standing in silence, as though waiting for a person or a letter. Recently, I've been getting a clearer view of that figure. And it's someone whom I'm
Whom, by the way, whom?
familiar with.
Whom?
The first letter I delivered was a recommendation that Surgeon Warfarin wrote for me. I was a little nervous.
Oh,
when I
was
first
the letter
sent it
was to
Jiang.
Endfield.
Warfarin
Okay.
told me to wait for the administrator, and I kept thinking, what's this Endman like? But seeing you in person after your accidental awakening, all my worries just faded away.
Accidental?
Oh, I got to admit, I'm still a little nervous.
I love solo flights after the sun has set. Night sky lets me gaze upon twinkling stars. Perhaps they have plenty of stories of their own. Perhaps at those very moments there were others who were thinking the same thing and look at the same night sky together with me. I see Rose Island, so I'm listening to it.
Loneliness is the messenger's companion,
Why are you saying cashew?
but I could never
you know
get
that,
used to it.
We're talking
Whenever
about
I
cashew
reached
nuts.
a distant place, I would take out my compass to find my bearings towards Rhodes Island.
Yes.
Surgeon Warfarin is there, along
She
with
calls it
memories
Surgeon
that
Warfarin.
never fade. Now, I'm traveling down a path where new friends and encounters await. Just thinking about this gives me warm, cozy feels, as well as hope for the journey ahead. That's right. I want to be a messenger who's never lonely.
Big ask?
I don't know. Seeing a lonely star would give me an indescribable sense of loss and regret. Oh, twinkle, twinkle, little star.
The Bang Dream reference?
How I wonder from afar. Could you be across that sky so wide, still waiting for your star to shine beside? When I'd just left the woods, I noticed the blank letter by my side. It felt like a symbol of my confusion. And I always wondered, why was I the only one who had it? Should I write something on it? And who should I deliver this letter to? I journeyed far, yet failed to find my answers. But now, I believe I should jot down all that I felt and fantasized, and deliver it to my most important and special someone.
She's writing down her fanfics. Alloy Carrot. Do you remember most? Have you heard about Alloy Carrot? Courses who live at that place eat carrots. What? All the time. They have all sorts of carrot recipes. I visited the city twice to deliver medications. They're running carrot farms. If I could visit that place again, I hope I get to see a subterranean big borehole. Definitely took a place at that Cabbage Inn. Not that I hate carrots, I just want a bit more variety. Also, another, so it's like a TGCC affiliated. Weightlessness is a constant feeling I have. I always feel like a balloon gently skimming across the heavy earth, and I do whatever I can to make it float with me. Sounds like I'm fantasizing, doesn't it? But even while filing, I cast a long shadow upon the land, as if something was tethering me to the earth, just like how these letters link me to you. Oh. What about this book? Well, it's an anthology of short stories of all sorts of messengers. One of them navigated through a catastrophe to save people, only to be called out as an accursed harbinger of a disaster. Another just wanted a peaceful delivery, only to topple an entire nation through a series of unexpected events. And there's this young but clumsy messenger who lost their deliveries on the first day of the job. Of every single tale in the book. And this is good. Actually, I'm pretty sure the Angelina manga actually has like a bit similar to this. Like, not quite, but sort of touches upon this thing. I mean, obviously, this could obviously be Angelina. Chat 4. I've heard plenty of people talk about Terra in New Rankwood. Some lauded her warmth, others cursed her lack of mercy. If you hated her devastation, there was those who missed her beauty. While thespians and writers devote their entire lifetimes to that part of our history, the philosophers believe that we should move on and embrace their new way of thinking. I personally see Terra as a familiar yet distant name. A world of beautiful landscapes and familiar faces. What about you, Endmin? Big question. No messengers could guess the contents of a letter, but when I see fancy stickers and decorations on the envelope, I imagine warm, cozy stories waiting to happen. An envelope wrinkled by the rain, on the other hand, gives me the vibes of a difficult journey or heartbreaking separation. Letters writers rarely share their feelings with the messengers. They never know how someone they've never met actually shares their happiness and sadness.
Surgeon Warfarin?
This is
the
sad one.
Self. But there was this time when Warfarin remembered my birthday wrong. And she looked really guilty while apologizing to me. It wasn't that big of a deal. Then she called me by the wrong name and panicked.
So fucked up.
I've never seen her like that. How would I describe it? She appeared really confused and lost. And even after I left, she brooded by the dinner table by herself for a really long time.
Feel sad, man. Fucking Worf, man. Hecking Worf. It is not Worfin time.
I met a mysterious lady at Rhodes Island quite a while ago.
An entire cloud in two.
She wielded a unique-looking blade and stood by the tranquil lake. Suddenly, her blade flashed. It left
she met her mom?
A gentle ripple upon the lake waters, but clove an entire cloud in two. She gave me this letter in hope that I could
also, they were at Rhodes Island?
Administrator.
Oh, yeah, it was at Rhodes Island that she met them.
Chen finally comes into her own, you can then pass it on to her.
Oh, she met her. Yeah, she met her at Rhodes Island. Chen Mom. Heavy Ven is always delivering to dangerous places. She might be smiling all the time, but her eyes are hiding some heavy secrets. Secrets that she cannot share with anyone. Some plenty of other messengers who share the same gaze, and I know what it means. Yeah, Avi has been through some shit, I believe. Topic: the dangerous wildlands. Talos 2 is filled with all sorts of unknown dangers. I read Ardelia's report. Hazards of Talos 2 are far more unpredictable than those of faraway Terra. These messengers have to navigate through areas of frequent blight events. We often carry gear for emergency first aid or evac. Since I can fly, I often carry extra sets of emergency gear and drop them off at resting areas in the wildlands. Hope this can also help people who run into trouble. Apparently, more unpredictable. I guess, to be fair, yes, they do predict catastrophes, so like... This is harder to predict what the fucking blight is gonna do if it's gonna randomly fucking rupture into the real world from like an alternate universe. Ever gonna add skins? Ever? Probably yes, ever. But they have no immediate plans to. They have said that much.
While I was at Rhodes Island, I thought Surgeon Warfarin would give me a few missions. But she told me that Rhodes Island was not in a position to make itself known to the public. However, since I'm a messenger, she told me I would do better by traveling
Not in a position to make itself known
and that's
public.
exactly what I did. Spent 2 years wandering Talos 2, getting to know this world before finally arriving here.
But it's so... Warfarin gave her the message, or the letter, to give to Endfield, right? She's like, you have no rush, though. You can just, like, you know, go there when you want to. She wandered around for 2 years before delivering that letter. Damn. Fair enough. She did tell you to just kind of go and wander. But yeah, she told me Rhodes Island was not in a position to make itself known to the public. There's also the loading screen blurb for Rhodes Island, also like, mysterious and isolated Rhodes Island. No one really knows what they're up to anymore. What they up to, huh? What they up to, huh? Those mysterious Rhodes Islanders. Who trusts them? Secret government. When do we go back? I think it's gonna be a while before we go back. But also, that's the thing, I think it should take a while before we actually, you know, go to Rhodes. That should be a big fucking moment, like some way down the line. They should keep that in their pocket, you know, not like get it out there quickly just to have it, just for fan service or whatever. It should be like, I don't know, maybe a couple of years down the line, you know? Return to Rhodes Island. Dude, I mean, fucking hell, it could almost be our bauble. Rhodes Island, returning to Rhodes Island could be our fucking lone trail, our bauble, in some ways. So, or our Endfield's bauble. Look how we lost Dijang. But okay, I don't think I probably don't stream tomorrow. And then is it this Friday that well, not reclamation algorithm, the new Arknights event game mode, you return at the end of stream, yes. Walpy's tomorrow, but I was thinking maybe I do Walpy on Friday. And yeah, March 6th is, so that's also Friday. But March 6th is then, yeah, is also the Arknights one. So what it might be is maybe I do Walpy on Friday. Both pulls and the, you know, small gameplay bit. And then Saturday could be the Arknights event. Or at least dabble in it. And then we'll see, we'll maybe... We'll see if well, I guess we'll see. Because I was wondering, like, do I save all the character profile readings and whatnot for stream? I guess I could. It's stuff to do. It's just that if I have less time to stream, then it doesn't necessarily always work. Apparently I have a game-ready driver ready to go. But yeah, I think that would probably make sense. Because I probably don't stream tomorrow. Because otherwise I could do Walpurgis tomorrow, in theory. Because tomorrow is when it starts. But if I don't stream tomorrow, then it would be Friday. And then Saturday can be Arknights event. Because obviously in Endfield, there isn't too much to do in Endfield until next week's Thursday. Next week is new patch. New driver doesn't play nice with Endfield? Oh, okay. Then I won't install it yet. Then I won't install it. Okay, never mind. Thank you for the heads up. I'll let it sit then. Because next Thursday is new patch. Already. Where I'm wondering if I do it right away on Thursday a little bit, or if I do stuff on Friday. Because maybe I'll do like pulls on Thursday, like a shorter one just for pulling Tung. And then, you know, Thursday and Friday, Thursday can be story and so on. But okay, for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. We still have a lot of lore to read, mainly because we got through like 5 character profiles today, like reading. There's another 15 or something, a bit more. But for now, goodbye. We'll continue the reading at some point. I'll probably save the stuff for stream. And just try and get some casual reading streams in, essentially. It would be maybe nice to finish it before the new patch comes around. I should also go find the fucking files that I'm missing. Bye-bye.